Hello, hello, Imagine Evelyn here, and it's time to do more dumb things in RPG Maker. Things that push its limits, and things that you should probably never do. All in an effort to complete Poppet Quest, the Zelda-style game with cursed dolls in an attic full of just, well, haunted attic full of a lot of cursed things, to be honest. The world's most cursed attic, there you go. So, off camera, I went through and did a few more things, including creating an upgrade system. So now it has a fun upgrade thingy. I need to finish it. Let's see. Do that, and then I can go straight to the title screen and show it off. I haven't got any sound effects for it. I need to go through and do a million sound effects, but I'll get there. Yeah, see. Now the upgrades go like that. So, much cooler than before. And I'm going to put the upgrade unlock to something else. That's part of my things to do today. I didn't know I needed this system, but I added it in purely because, why not? I've been discovering in my game dev things that I'm not really very good at making stuff exciting. Like what I do is I make it functional, but you really got to ham it up. Like, you know, just because you collected something doesn't make it interesting to anybody. But, you know, if there's like bright, shiny things the whole time, then it's usually pretty much more engaging, I should say. So let's see. I also worked on a room system, which does not work right yet. It's going to take a lot of effort to get that one to where it needs to be, but presumably the goal is so that, you know, you give it, I guess, a starting point and an ending point, and then it builds a room around that, and then have it forget certain events in there so that it creates doorways. And the plan is that I can eventually link maps together and create little mini random dungeons that are created that way. I just picked some random graphics to use. They're not correct. Oh yeah, my temporary versus screen. As you can see now, it actually makes hallway type things. And I just grab random events, so, you know, it'll eventually have real events for it, but currently the system is not rigged to actually forget the stuff, though. Let's see. F8. Yeah, what it does is it generates the 4 arrays, one for each, you know, the top wall, the bottom wall, left wall, and the right wall for each thing. And then it adds into my system so that it can, you know, add and remove things. And it removes those. That's true. It does that. Unfortunately, it's not actually pulling from these arrays yet, so I need to finish that code. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Also, this seems weirdly loud in my ears. Some of these songs. There's a new music bundle on Humble I should probably get, too. Just because, I mean, I want something to listen to in the background. I kind of feel like I could just snag random video game music and get away with that instead, which might even be better. Then I can use the Humble Bundle music in my games, so, you know, there's that. Alright, so for this is like rough code, to say the least. So what I'm going to do is make a for loop for this. This is Inception levels of arrays, by the way. It's not a good way of doing it, in hindsight. But the original system worked off of these, and I just haven't really changed it. And it's gotten so complicated that I kind of don't want to. I'd rather it just work. So the plan is going to be grab all these things, I'm gonna make a for loop. How long do we iterate this loop? Let me think about that for a second. I'm gonna have an array, and so we'll let array. Actually, I already defined array earlier. Array equals. Put this inside here for a second. I was gonna use just these. Hi April, how's it going? Kind of been a bit. Of course, I haven't really streamed that much lately. Pesky health problems. So what I'm doing right now is I made this system so that it's reworking the walls here so that it spawns events along the walls, right? And it creates rooms, so it should create 4 walls and everything like that for these rooms. I just have random events so they don't look, they're not correct or anything. But what I'm going to eventually do is it's going to make these rooms and it's going to forget one of the sides so that it creates doorways. And then I can have it make, you know, entire maps of rooms to go into. And then I can, you know, I'll have, like, just based on a starting location and an ending location, it just builds the whole room. And then I'll have a space stick in between where I can actually just have events spawn and things like that. So I can make more unique stuff. More of an actual real dungeon. Fortunately, the code is kind of nightmarish. I got to working on it pretty recently this morning, I think at around 2 a.m. and I was like, well, just doing this. I haven't really bothered to make a trailer. I was trying to release this version of the game. Maybe with the next version of the game. I mean, the best I have is I played through the entire previous prototype, and that's on the channel. Where is it? Of course, all I did was just clip it out of the stream. I didn't actually take the time to do a regular playthrough. There's not a lot of time in any given day. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I wish there was more. Let me bring up the actual chat so I can actually chat. And for whatever reason, Streamlabs chat will not work for me. It won't let me sign in, even though it lets me post to YouTube because I am signed into YouTube through it. It's dumb. Prototype 3 playthrough. Well, as far as funny Easter eggs, there's a continuing fight between Poppet and Miranda, the main character of the game that I haven't bothered to make yet. She's constantly showing up trying to ruin the game and everything like that. So now there's an entire multi-part quest for her now. And she tries to, kill off Poppet so that I'll work on her game instead. It's very fourth wall breaking, but it'll probably be like the when the game is actually finished, it'll be like an extra thing, an EX thing after the game, you just if you want kind of thing. But she's kind of become the de facto boss of the prototype. Every time a new prototype comes out, the reason why I haven't advanced the prototype at all is because you know, Miranda somehow breaking the game and messing it up. So, hey Mike, how's it going? I was just explaining the Miranda's rivalry with Poppet. Now she's ruining all the prototypes. Oh. All right, April. Well, I'll be here. I mean, I think it took me like about an hour and a half to beat the game. I've been told that well, after watching someone else Let's Play it, I've learned that it takes a lot longer than that for normal people. It also has a lot of problems, according to normal people. I mean, you can also just play the game if you want to. I mean, Prototype 2 is already available. It's free. Suppose I'd put that link up too. Pin that to the top. Free download. Free game download. I don't know who this Osana is, but I refer to her as basically Asagi from the Disgaea games. She's just literally the character that shows up, breaks the fourth wall, and is upset that I'm not working on her game. Presumably, like, Asagi's game got canceled. That was the actual thing for her. I might still make Miranda's game. I probably will as soon as I figure out... Well, as soon as my expectations get managed. I think that's really what it is. Because, you know, my expectations are too high for her. Because I'm all like, oh, maybe I'll make this. I'll make it Unreal Engine. It's so good. And every time I, you know, push the limits. A lot of why I've learned how to do all these things is because of that game. And Poppet Quest has just completely benefited in spades because of that. Because all these plugins came about because of Miranda's game. You know, and Remember Tomorrow, that game was just... I had to make all these things to make it possible and push all the limits. And now it's just like, well, Poppet Quest just gets to use these. And I've been expanding upon the various plugins that were made because of it. And the joke is if I ever decide to, you know, make that game in RPGMaker, I'll be able to almost just shoot it right out. Like all the background coding will basically be done. It'll be all about changing graphics and making a couple mechanics. Maybe changing some behaviors, but all this stuff that I'm doing now won't have to do any of that. It'll just be all there. So there's a strong argument for RPGMaker if for some reason I can gain enough popularity for anyone to be interested? Question mark? Oh, we'll see. But I made some ridiculous coding thing for purposes of building walls. Actually, it builds rooms, I should say. It doesn't build walls. I had a thing that made just walls before, but now this one actually makes, you know, takes 2 points and then makes a room. Right now I'm trying to teach it how to essentially forget, like, you know, an event in like, the walls. So this way it creates a doorway effectively. I have it up to the point where it has 4 different arrays that it's pushing into. One for each of the walls. And I have it where it will forget the information, but now I have to have it take those arrays and then take everything out of them and cram it into this temp array. And then after that fact, I'll have to try to add it into the bubble test system, which is... I'm not looking forward to that one at all. The bubble test is not... Just look at how many dumb things this thing goes through. Its purpose is to sit there and go, okay, well, don't let things spawn on top of each other. That's it. That's its purpose. It checks everything in the bubble that you add in and goes, yeah, can't do that. Gotta use no spot. Blocks off areas, adds to the forbidden thing so you can't have, you know, so that later on it knows where everything is. Path spawn doesn't work very well, but to be fair, the wall spawn basically does the same thing. I could just use a tile that's below everybody. Well, not tile, an event, I guess. And grid spawn does the floor. When I want to spawn over the entire area of a map. I could actually do any size map, I guess, right? No, it does the full map. I should make this smarter too. Smaller grid spaces so I could have more like biomes type of thing. Like the longer I do this, the smarter this thing's gonna get. And because it builds all the levels, eventually it'll just be able to build whole games. Probably. So let's see. But I have a bunch of duplicate code here and I don't want it to be here, so these need to all go bye-bye. Yeah, because I don't need I don't think I need all that. Famous last words, of course, but you know, whatever. The working theory is if at any point you have duplicate code, you didn't need that. You could have done it better. Whether you want to do it better, I don't know, but in this instance, I'm much more interested in making it work in the first place, which will also, as a byproduct, do it better. So once this works here, it's let's see, this will be array I. Dot length. This J is less than. I wonder when capitalizing something causes it to be all, you know, dark colored. Never been able to figure out why. There must be some reason why it does it, but surprisingly, my knowledge of JavaScript is both really good and really terrible, depending upon how you look at it. Because since I learned by simply tinkering, I can do all these weird things, but a lot of the more, you know, classical ways you're supposed to do things, I have no idea. All the standards people follow? Yeah. That's also why I don't have any problem just, you know, hacking my way into things going, yep, that'll work. Good enough. This should just be able to go straight off of this. Each of these is an actual regular array. I'm pretty certain I can just simply push array I and then the array I and J basically into here. Think. Poppet's 18. I started aging up my characters a little bit, partially for purposes of trying to avoid the whole violence against children thing, which looks really bad. But also, I don't know, she's just, you know, wandering the new world effectively like that and ends up getting killed, so she's going to wander the new world by herself. She's going to have to kind of be at least an adult. So she's 18. Tinka's early 20s. I haven't settled on an exact year yet for her. That is the question. Eventually I'll have the answer in there. It's not in there yet, but it will eventually be there. I do have an entire timeline I've been making. I have a world anvil that I've been working on, and pretty much starts with the oldest character when they were born and goes all the way up to the current events and everything. Yeah, I gotta add lots of lore in. It makes it a lot easier to write for the characters if I have like an overall world lore. Whether or not that gets included, I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of things that I'm probably not going to include because they're not relevant to the story, but every story I make is going to be in the same world. So lore for one game applies to lore for another as well, but isn't required. It'll just be an extra thing to enhance what you're already doing, what you're already playing, if you happen to have played the other game. I can just do it like this, but I'm not 100% certain. We're about to find out if this is just dumb. It might be. It might be really dumb. Originally, the Miranda, the character who stars in the other game I was making, is actually like 16, but I think I might age her up too because I realized just the situations did not seem like something that would be a good thing for her to be 16. A prequel to Poppet Quest? It's possible. I considered a game where you play as the toy maker. That'd be a prequel. Oh, this worked really well, you can totally tell. And Miranda's game happens canonically afterwards. Somewhere at 708 it came out as undefined. Oh. That's because I'm a doofus and didn't actually make it an array. I don't know, a lot of people have like, call it Poppet's Quest, but I actually named it Poppet Quest because Poppet's the word for doll, so technically the name would be effectively Doll Quest. But her name is Poppet, so technically I could also name it Poppet's Quest. I've been going back and forth, but a long time ago I already set it up as, what it is now, so I'm like, well, do I change it? Seems kind of weird, but she does have a name. I do have a name all picked out for her and something of a history. Not a huge history yet, but she has a name. I will put it in Poppet Quest at some point. I guess I'm missing some information, don't I? Huh. I could just use 0. Wait a minute. Yeah, I've been slowly coming up with names for all the various toys. Kind of as I add them to the game. I was figuring there'd probably be about 8 different, like, major toy bosses. But I was going to make the path to get to them significantly longer. Right now they're just like one map kind of thing, but every new prototype vastly expands the game, so I've currently made 3 of them. No, I made like all but 3 of them. Daisy sounds like the color red. Does it? Like, is it, you know, Daisy in a different name or a different language or something? Or it doesn't sound very much like Red to me. Just saying, they're pretty far off. Or you think Daisy's Poppet's name? No. Oh, fair enough. No, I picked Poppet's name very carefully. Also, as a character effectively visiting the New World, she can't have any specific relation to anybody else there either. Well, she can kind of, I guess, but it'd have to be pretty distant. But she's definitely a very wrong place, wrong time type of character. Sometimes life just sucks, you know? I haven't actually made a name for the country. I named the city Shadow Dark. I like to think of it as basically effectively a San Francisco. It's very close in description to San Francisco, including being, you know, a crappy place to live. Yeah. You've never really spent time in San Francisco until you've been robbed at least once in San Francisco. I've been robbed in San Francisco. If I'm going to name my city dystopia or model my city dystopia off anything, San Francisco it is. Well, it's not actually like, you know, based in the regular world. It's just I was modeling the city after like a port city that was like in a mountainous area with a lot of different people coming in, a lot of crime like that, you know, very turn of the century. Though I decided to make it more like 1920s, 1930s type of time. Originally it was more like literal turn of the century, but a lot of the assets I have just wouldn't have existed in that time period, so I had to knock it up a couple decades. But I mean, I would place Poppet as coming from like, you know, the UK type of area, you know, Europe type of thing. Yeah, like she comes from effectively my old world, therefore, you know, Europe. I do need to pick names for all those places. Now it's just like the old world, just to make it simple. Because everyone knows the old world. Now they always think like Europe anyway, so close enough. Yeah, I've been going back and forth on all kinds of names. I just can't pick one I like. So I want something that's easy to say, but not totally bland. Or there have some reason in the world why it's named that way. I think that's really what it is. Like, because a lot of names are really simple. When you look at them, it's like, well, that's like, it's nothing special at all. Like, you know, and people usually make their, you know, novels or games have these ridiculous names, and it's like, who names their place like that? After all, we have a place here called Oakland. I mean, that's a pretty simple name. Or another city called Chico. Like, really? I imagine no matter which name you pick, if you pick a long name, everyone would just automatically shorten it because it's just tedious to say long names. Like, people don't say San Francisco, they usually just say SF. Actually, no, I'll redo those. I have a better plan here. Here's what I actually need to do. Some of the lore keeps getting changed too, because I keep adding in more things. Initially, we were I was just using the paintings as a gateway to go to other places in the attic. But now you go into like worlds inside of the painting, so I have to actually change some lore to make that work, because it's just more fun, to be honest. First I was like, but now I'm like, it just sounds more fun. I think that's what we're doing. Plus I can make all the areas much cooler looking. Or more varied, I should say. I need these 2 important pieces of information here, otherwise the whole system crashes. So can't have that. And I think I just do this. Like, the more I started working on it, the more I made Poppet. First of all, I made her a lot more crazy than when I first initially envisioned her, because she's like cursed, and the curse would drive her to do things. So it got more of a split personality. But I also made her really impatient, partially as a homage to the first Let's Player who actually played the game. They got really impatient. I was like, well, if that's how someone would react to this, clearly I wrote it wrong. Poppet has, you know, both the curse telling her to do things and a time limit, because, you know, day is coming and no one knows what happens if she's not where she's supposed to be, you know, during the day, basically, like that. Like, you know, if she breaks her curse, does she just die? Like, who knows? So he's in a hurry. Originally I made Tinka a more wise character, but then I started realizing that she'd actually be a really lonely character. So she ended up being really talkative and maybe not always cognizant of the situation they're in. Like, you know, I mean, she knows bad things are there, but she really wants to talk because she never gets to. So she just jaws on for no real reason other than she can. Just because she's always wanted to talk to someone. There's no one in the attic really to talk to. Well, there's some, but a lot of them are also pretty crazy too. I'm also adding in a lot more interaction between the various dolls in this here. Like, I realized that the entire story is just Poppet and Tinka talking for the most part, and everyone else just has a brief cameo. And I was like, oh, this kind of sucks. So I think this update was supposed to add a bunch of quests and things, but what happened was came up with the listings to add, and then another Let's Player played and ended up with like 3 pages worth of fixes or things that they suggested. So I was like, oh, I better do those because those are pretty pressing. And now this update is ballooned into something that's far too big, and I've had to cut it way down. Even then, it's got whole new systems and everything made that are just to make this way better than it was. But I've cut it down to just needing these 2 pages now. I put everything else in. I even made an attack animation for these. I have not made a falling animation. I'm probably not going to on this one. Honestly, it's just an extra. I'm having some issues trying to figure out how someone would fall if they were just an object. Like, you know, basically just a doll falling without protecting themselves from falling, without making it look weird. And so far, I haven't really come up with one that looks right. I guess I'll have to just sit there and drop a doll over and over and over to see how it falls. It just keeps coming out weird. I'm like, this is strange. I do need to make this. I don't know if I'm going to update Anna's graphics. I might not. Probably not going to be honest. That means I need to put a different picture for her for the battle thingy. Let me do that. Well, I'd have to make animations for each of her things. And then I might want to change her attacks, and I already have to do graphics for everywhere else for this. I do not wish to do that on this one. See, I'm reducing these things because I want this out in a couple weeks. It's already been like a month. It's been a long time already. I admit I took a lot of time off for health reasons, and sanity reasons. This is the last update. I was really pushing it to get it done quickly. But I was looking at potentially adding new graphics for all the paintings, and that is just concept ideas based on what I actually have. I hate the Tiger Kitty noises. Oh yeah, and I'm working on this thing here, one of the options so that you could run behind objects and not have them block things. I hate this fix. I don't know what's causing it. Honestly though, I'm just going to move it to a later update. I puzzled over that one for a fair amount of time and have not come up with a solution yet. So enough time has gone into that that I do not need to keep doing it. Guess I don't have a system, thing for all the fixes, huh? That's put here, whatever. Prototype 5's got plenty of things to do on it. Okay, this is already getting better. It's these that are going to be a problem. This is just so much extra work here. Especially if I'm making this new system to make the levels more interesting. Excuse me. Yeah. I already wrote this dialogue. I haven't wrote the dialogue for here yet. I haven't wrote any of this dialogue. The person got confused when they played. What I might do is actually just, when the ability appears, it just shows up on the screen what it is in an explanation. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I like that. Make a note here with that underneath for reasons. Right here. I need to go through and I have to make a character, not only add a character in, but make that character sympathetic. So I'm gonna have to go through and basically sneak in a character a whole bunch. Because right now I basically have what I'm gonna go assume is about halfway through the game made after this update. That seems pretty fair. Or at least the, basic major things. Not like all the little stupid quests and everything in between, I guess. But just the actual, places you'll go to and everything like that. The major bosses and things like that. But one of the most important characters has no lines, has not been written in a single bit. It needs to be written in. I need to figure out how I'm going to add that character in. There's going to be something I do that's more... I don't think that character will appear as they really are. I think it'll be a character that kind of, sneaks in and proves to be interesting, which means that any of the characters already in there could technically be the character. Wouldn't that be exciting? Like those animes where they sit there and, have the secret power. You don't know which one has it. Actually, it's probably closer to just one of those things where you don't know which one is the real killer type of scenario, but even though it's not really a killer, but who's the mastermind or something, the puppet master. I gotta move these around. I might make a room for clockwork. I need something to replace that there, so I probably have to do that because there's a giant empty spot waiting for it. These need to be retuned, so I need to go through and mess with all the upgrades because I added in a whole new potion system. So that's one more thing. Like, there's a lot of systems that got added in. This is the stuff I haven't even added yet. So many other systems. Yeah, it's going to be a nightmare. I thought this was going to be a balance and quest update. Nope. Okay, so for some reason this didn't work. Oh. That's because up here, I randomly made one undefined. That makes sense. So, if, it's not equal undefined, Then do this. This gets rid of so many lines of code. This can also, I'm sure, be rewritten, though I often get so confused when we start getting this many levels down in arrays. It's just... The command for this is a nightmare. I'm going to make a better version where I can just randomly add a bunch of them in. But I've learned that the best plan is to make the simple version first and then keep expanding upon it. Even though with this system I actually made a more complicated version, it took way longer to get the initial version. Like, it's really easy to make the most basic version where you just take all the shortcuts necessary, and then to expand upon it than it is to just sit there and conceptualize the much more complicated version and have it come out working. I spent like, I would say 5+ hours testing, figuring out all the mistakes I made to try to make the good, the more complicated system. Whereas I could have probably shot out the non-complicated system in like half an hour. So in hindsight, I really got to disable that. Or do it twice. I think I clicked off it. Hold on. Okay, so it looks like it... Did it remove one? Let me bring this up here. I mean, supposedly it did. But it sure doesn't look like it. Was doing there that was so exciting, but there's something I'm doing. I was trying to make a shadow system which works off of a light source and adjusts the shadows and everything like that. But well, I figured out how to make the shadows get longer based upon the main light source, or shorter. I haven't figured out how to pin the bottom of the shadow to the bottom of the character making the shadow. And there's some sort of trigonometry that I gotta figure out to do it. If I figure it out, I mean, I gotta find someone who just knows it, because I have no idea. My trig foo is quite weak. Pretty much as weak as my Unity foo. I don't know anything about Unity. I don't tell you much I know about trig. I took a class in college, but I mostly ditched the class to play Magic the Gathering the whole time, so I really didn't do much in it. I regret that decision now in many ways. Yes. I mean, to be fair, I also regret going to college at all in the first place, but that's a different story. Okay, well, here's the fundamental flaw in my situation here. I added all the arrays together and then undefined some things. So there should be holes in the big wall. Let's see if we can find a hole in the big wall. See if that actually at least worked that part way there. I guess I don't actually have to have the hitboxes up. I just think it's easier to see where they're at. Technically, there should be spaces. Oh, there's one. Heck yeah. What I'm going to do is start making what's known as the entrance array. And what the entrance array will do is just simply, collect up all those points that are like that. Things are really annoying with nothing to block their projectiles. Yeah, like I'll have it where it's they all get added to an array, and then that array will be... I'll spawn things in there, that location. That'll take a lot of effort though. That's going to be... I mean, I don't know if I'll work on this today. I really enjoy working on weird little grid things like this and building maps that are, not, I'm making map creators. It looks like it did a decent enough job. So I only see like 2 empty spots, which kind of makes me wonder, where are the others, right? There's one right there. There's 3 of them, but judging from this, there should be, well, actually, now these are entire spots, so there should actually be, 8 different locations where there's nothing spawned. So far I've seen 3. Also, there's 2 Tinka things. That's weird. Yeah. I don't see any extra ones here, so I guess... Oh, it didn't do this corner. Like, there should be one there. That's only half the numbers, though. That does not seem ideal. I'm not going to use the exit array yet, but I am going to add the code in for the exit array. Also, it'll let me know where the exits are, because right now I don't know. It's just I would have to go through and look and see what's missing from the number, because they're like, you know, they're sequential. I'll find events that fit and make better walls too later. But they're not, it's a lot easier if they just tell me the exact coordinates. So, exit array, not push. I'm just going to copy paste that. That's stupid not to. We do that. And before each of the times where I undefine it, I do this. And then the right wall. Up until this point, everything has been very random. I started making a thing that made just regular walls, but I think I can make something that's a lot more crazy like that. Originally, I was just going to have events that spawned whole rooms around them, but the problem with that is then there's no way to be certain that the things don't spawn on top of each other. But if I give them coordinates, then that'll make it a lot easier to go, oh, I'll just put something in that coordinate that's around this size. I probably need to push size as well, like some sort of way to keep track of the size, but we'll get to that. This is a long-running system that's just going to get better with each new incarnation of the game, as opposed to one that needs to be finished for this, because after all, I expect that maybe I get 10 new players to the actual game for this next prototype. Like, people aren't that excited by a prototype. Some are. But I'm not expecting too much. And then we're going to have the exit array. Just so I know what it is. Just for future. So that's useful. That information is in there. But what's missing now... what has to happen is it has to be 2 different arrays. They can't just be the exit array like that, like, or the temp array. Or I can simply empty that array. Okay, well, all this does not need to be there. I'm not gonna... That's like code that I'm not using anymore. This too. No longer do those. They're down over there. So this is part of H. Technically happens in H, it's just that it's not redefined. Or it's not zeroed out. But since H is going to go through them all anyway, I think I can just do that and get away with it, right? pretty certain that that should track. Okay, and then I'll give that a try. This is each time I make a new thing for this, for my world creation thingy, it becomes the next most complicated one, because like the previous one was super complicated. Now this one is just like getting echelons above it. Okay, well, that's just getting tedious. Let me fix that. I do not want to see that. I'm not working on that right now. It's just one more thing that takes extra time. That's because I changed these because I was going to work on bosses at some point. And I did make animations for the Tiger Kitties and Dawn Fluffles. Dawn Fluffles gets another attack, and the Tiger Kitties get an actual attack animation. So I made 2 different sets of animations there. So that's cool. Now they finally have they don't just stand there in their idle pose. But look! For the first time ever, I can simply run inside of the room. How cool is that? I mean, it'll look more like rooms when I actually have regular walls. I just haven't made those yet. I do have side walls I could use. I could also just, you know, use the same event for all of it. That would probably be fine too. And there's an exit here. Pretty certain the code came out much better. So, what in the world is this? The 628. Actually, I don't know why I clicked that. I could just supposed to go to here though. It's kind of annoying right now because I'm not working on that. So, the change thingy. Yeah, okay, I don't need that. I reworked the entire visual plugin to work off of scale instead, because normally I was doing height and width, which makes sense. You do height and width, and that's so cool. But here's the problem with height and width. I don't really have an easy way to know what the original size of the image was. At least not one that I've actually come across, and the documentation for Pixie sucks. So, but along comes scale, and scale, as long as you know you set scale to 1 for X and 1 for Y, that is the size of the image. This is important because originally for the animate thing, I had something where I had specific numbers, like for the pixel size and like that, so I could change one variable in the game and have it change the size of everything while using the same graphics. But then that forced me to use essentially the same type of dimensions and everything like that. So it made some things like look all skewed and weird, and it was kind of nightmarish. It was a very bad plan. Now I can actually just get rid of this part. It doesn't even matter. It's just that I'm using this as a quick way to change things. But it also means that now I can make this stuff like the right size. So I went through and remade a whole bunch of stuff the right size. So that, you know, before I was using, I mean, the character images are 488 by 366 for each frame. I'm not displaying them at that. I'm displaying them most of the time at half of that. I could actually be getting massively better performance. Like right now I've been like grossly overkilling what I need. Also, I reduced I redid how all the images are displayed using the DM thing. It does all the commands and everything, and the mini map and everything like that. So it knocked like 300 lines of code off of this. It made it a lot easier to find things. So I was busy really improving the code. How useful that is remains to be seen. But I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that because it's kind of tedious. I just want to make this game alright. Yeah, there's just a bunch of things. I'm just trying to think of all the stuff I did. Right, so it did 1 on each of these. That was correct. And then up here on this one, 1 out, 1 out. Yep. Boom, look at that. Perfect. Darkness kind of sucks because it's really, really difficult to see. And here I'm trying to find where the stuff is that's missing. I guess I can look at the mini map. But the game's already pretty dark. In hindsight, I regret making a game that's dark. It looks terrible on social media by comparison. Make your game really bright. That's what I've learned. Alright, well that's just doing something. Why did that one get bigger, but every other one's getting smaller? Huh. I don't know. Sometimes the wires get a little crossed. Or just checking to see if they actually put them on each of the walls. They didn't even do it on the bottom wall though, so I wonder if it's doing the corners. I might need to make it where it can't pick the corners when picking a random spot. I probably do have to do that actually. Like where it has to pick one that is not the last one. Like it can pick this one here, but it can't pick this one over the side here. That'd make a lot of sense. Could just do this. Yeah, there should only be one in each wall, so I need to add that code in, make it smarter. I don't know why it's spawning a second one of those. I think it's because I didn't take that information out of there. I don't know. Let's see. Good old DM handles. I mean, it's just my Dungeon Master for thing. It's literally the most specific file I've got. The whole purpose is to pretty much do all the specific code for things. Operate all the little systems and everything. Meaning 3. Yeah, right here I have this the Tinka thing there, but I think I also have respond in with target 169. Yeah, I have Tinka thing right here. Where she's being spawned. I guess I just forgot to delete that one specific one, huh? I reworked the animation plugin in other areas to work with scale as well. It also means that I don't have to have an additional variable for size. Because now I can just evenly scale everything up without having to, you know, multiply the sides by a thing. I have a different variable just for that. Nobody told me that was an option, but then I found out it was. Alright, so for the equation here, well, first of all, -2. So it can't pick the last one in the thing. And then we're going to +1. This way 1 is the minimum. Yeah, making the other game is going to be so easy if I just use the same, you know, building thing on top of it. By the time I get to that game, this is going to build whole levels for me. I won't do anything. That's not true. I actually have to make the events that do all this stuff. So it actually is more work than it sounds, but at least I won't have to do all this. That should get the job done. I forgot to check the exit array to see what it was, what it said. I could just recolor in, and then I don't have to actually make special animations for the placeholder. Not like a just straight up palette swap, but well, not the lazy recolor where you just use a command there for it. Huh, they random the same ones away this time. Interesting. I also did this one now too, though. Cool. Wait until you see how ridiculous this command is at the moment. Originally when I made it using friggin' arrays and not objects, and I hate my life for that one. like what gets pushed into the actual the ending array is an object, sure, but otherwise, no. It would probably take a long, at this point, since the whole system is built around the things, it would take just so long to rewrite it all. I don't know what it is about arrays and like the various levels down, but I always seem to think one off of what it really is supposed to be. It just seems to be what I do. Like, I'm always one off. I think it's deeper than it is. And then all the brackets around something where you're like, oh, we're 4 deep. The brackets everywhere, and just like, oh boy, this is a bad life decision waiting to happen. It's really hard to tell if there's one in the bottom or not because they're not very easy to see. I think it's working though. Oh yeah, there could be a real dungeon at any point at this point. Like, we're getting there. Why don't I just have this on? It's so much easier to see where everything is. I mean, technically I could just do all these ones here at the same time. We'll just make all 4 of them. Make it easier to see them, and then I'll change their graphics in a bit. I need to make new ones. I'm using, well, Unreal Engine to make graphics for it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Actually, we'll call this the bottom one. We'll do it in the order that I have it in the thing there. We'll name it 2, even though I'm not going to change the actual code yet. Right now I just have giant blocks and it's just good enough, you know. This dungeon 4, isn't it? Oh, really? Sure. Anyway, 347, 348, and then 349. Oh my gosh, you get so many events in here. Alright, now to bring up the monster. Don't worry, guys. It's just this really, really, really simple command for the room so far. It'll be fine, I swear. Spoiler, it was not fine. It was not fine at all. It needs a lot of information at the moment. And I don't even have a way to truly random them. I'm randoming where the holes are at. I haven't even written code in where you can specify where the holes are going to go yet. How much better would this be if there were just, you know, various objects, so you could just, you know, go, these are the rooms, these are the, like, the starting and end points, these are the events that are, you know, spawning, these are where the holes are going to be. I mean, ideally, I don't want to have to design anything. I just want to be able to, you know, input some numbers and be like, yep, we're good. As it stands now, if you wish to do multiples, it needs all the matching stuff, and it's kind of a pain. Let's make more than a few holes, or more than a few places. Eventually, I'll do what I did with the wall thing, where I just randomly, you know, loop through it a few times, and, you know, based on the number you give it, and it'll be a lot easier. The first one looks more complicated because it's literally doing it around the entire map. So it's going to be a little more complicated than normal. Okay, so I need these many here. These are just test thingies, so we'll do like 70, 700, sure. 70, 80. The numbers also have to go up and things like... Eventually I want it where it's just I list the distance they go and not the ending point. Maybe. I'm not sure it matters that much. I guess I could random both. I think randoming a distance is probably better though. Well, I guess it really doesn't super matter. It'll just calculate the difference either way. It's kind of like changing one line of code. That'll be a big room. This one will be at... Actually, no, let's make it like at 10. Let's just put it way over by itself. 10 and then like 180. And then I can go up to 40 and then I can go up to 50. Why not? Let's just make it a big room. And make it a longer room, but not as big as I want. Let's see. Or not like super big. We're experimenting. I just want to see it all, how it plays out a little more. The system still doesn't do the whole forbid thing, so it can spawn on top of each other. So I'm gonna have to fix that. I'm not looking forward to that. That system. Like I say, I wrote it a long time ago. I've learned much more since then, but now I'm trying to make use of old code. And a lot of Poppet Quest, like half of it is ancient code and the other half is super new code. I can work on the side one there, obviously. Looking good. You can see the system that lets you run behind things so they can see through them. Also added with this update. These are messed up. Let me fix those. Those should not have a hitbox. Also, they really shouldn't even be there in the first place, to be honest. But just in case I'm going to use it for something, I don't think I am, but just in case. That doesn't have a hitbox. They're annoying because there's a giant hitbox. I have to walk around them. They drive me nuts. Huh. So one of the boxes, I guess, is doing it right, because... No, it's all the collectibles doing it. And the only collectibles that are supposed to spawn are... Oh wait, it's down here, isn't it? I think spawn table. Oh, maybe it's not spawn table. It should be somewhere near the bottom though, right? The weird ghost trail thing. I'm gonna keep running tests. I'm tired of running around these things. Plus, it's a problem that's gonna have to be fixed anyway, so it might as well happen now. NPC encounter table. I should look that up in the first place. It would have been probably easier. But counterpoint, what if I don't? And there you go. That's what happened. Those are enemies. We're not destroyables. 42, 10, and 59. Let's see. Put it down here. Use Prodigy blocked anymore. That's not very helpful. It's just going to say the numbers like mine. I don't think there's anything special beyond that. Yeah. Guess I'll delete that on the way, but probably how I changed DM here. I probably messed something up. One of them. It's supposed to show a box instead, I'm sure. Alright, so the box is just these. Well, to solve this mystery, I can't use this side of that idea, can I? Yeah, I'm not handing the event to it. Nope. No, I can't get away with that, but I can just put a thing here so I know for certain that it's I think image is fine with it, but they say the same thing, so it doesn't really matter. This will give me a better idea of what is going on. I did clean out a lot of code, so the fact that there's like only one bug says a lot. Makes it a lot easier to add stuff later too. Like it was getting ridiculous. This whole system's still a bit ridiculous, if I'm gonna be honest. Okay, that'll help there. Now I'm gonna go back to looking for the things here. Sure. Should be one down here somewhere. See if the system can make multiples or not. Sure can. Is that 2 X's there, or did you just not make a wall? Looks like it's missing a whole wall. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Well, if at any point is it missing a wall? Like the right wall is this one here. 50, 50, so it's gonna be all on that there. And then it should tick down like that. Yeah. How did it lose a wall? Did it just lose that wall, or did it lose all the right walls? It's possible I messed it up. Also, there should be more of those, so I don't think I did it right at all. Yeah, it's only made 2. Or did I actually foolishly put them out of the thing? Wait a second. I think it might have been the numbers too big for some reason. No, this is the right thing. How big are these maps? Originally I was going to make them 200, but then I think I didn't change them to that. No, 50. What am I doing? That'd explain a lot. Let's just use numbers outside of the range. It'll work out. Smile. Spoiler, it did not work out. Also, this one can't go that far. We can't go that way. That'll error. Wait, no, never mind. Remember, this is like 2 different ones here. So this is goes that to there, that to there. Sure. It's also the first time I'm using numbers that aren't even. I might need to equalize arrays too. They look like they're pretty equal before, so I don't know. Huh. Interesting. Well, half the fun of this is more problems to solve, right? At any given time you think you've solved all the problems, don't worry, there's plenty more. Wouldn't be game dev if you didn't, you know, create 2 problems from solving 1. Oh, well, that's an option. You just be right behind Tinka's thing. Well, you can see just truly how random it is. It really likes to random this spot, doesn't it? I guess there's really only 2 spots available in this tiny room that can random. And yeah, the right walls aren't working right. What have I messed up that screwed up only the right wall? Oh, hi, Delparbs. How's it going? Yeah, I'm slowly working my way towards making my very own Diablo Zelda game in RPGMaker. Currently trying to make randomized room spawn, where it spawns in a bunch of events based on calculations and all that. And it's supposed to forget, like, you know, spaces in the walls, so this way it creates entrances. And it mostly works. I need to work on the graphics. I make all the graphics, so it takes forever to do things. But whatever I did screwed up the right wall. And I don't know what I did that screwed up the right wall. I didn't really change a lot of the code. But yeah, it's the game's called Poppet Quest. It's pretty much about a, you know, a cursed doll who oh, it's fair, you know. You don't gotta know about code. I mean, you can watch me do code like that, you know, but you'll see me do all kinds of graphics. I basically do everything to make the game on the stream. I just pick various things that I'm doing at any given time to basically whatever strikes my fancy. I actually could pin this to the top as it's can I pin this to the top? Yeah, I pinned the actual game download at the top. It's a free game. Like, you can donate to it if you want, but you don't gotta. And what I do is I just keep releasing new prototypes every. I mean, at this point, it seems like every 3 weeks to, you know, a month. As I just improve things, and they're just always free. I just work on them on stream and everything like that. And the only reason there's even a donate option is because someone said, "Oh, you know, I'll donate to your game if you make one." So I was like, okay, I did. And then he never donated. So I just left it. I was like, yeah, okay. Mostly I just want people to play it and just let me know how things go. And yeah, it's basically the story of a doll who's, named Poppet, who's basically used to be a human, but her soul got stuffed into a doll, and she's now in the world's most cursed attic. We're just loaded down with all these cursed toys and everything like that. And they're all cursed to follow whatever, like a loop. Like each one has their own little loop that they follow like that. And Poppet's was just to basically sit at this window and just stare out at like the things out there. It's just what she did. She wouldn't go anywhere, wouldn't do anything, nothing. But then during the day, someone picked her up and moved her. And like during the day, everyone just becomes lifeless. So someone picked her up during the day and moved her across her and threw her in a box. And because of that, her curse is all messed up now, and she's trying to get back, but she's like, becoming a little more, like remembering a little more about it as she's, going, hey, wait a minute, forcing to have to think about things like, how do I get there? And things. So it's causing her to, question the mysteries of why things are. And a lot of the other toys don't like that, so they're kind of coming after her. Yeah. And along the way, she meets a ghost of a Harlequin who lives in the paintings. She's just, wanders around to all the paintings like that, and it's just kind of watching things. Like the story is that, when her soul was supposed to be put into a toy, the person messed up and put it in, like, and she ended up in a painting instead. And from that point on, she can run around to all the paintings, but she can't leave the paintings. And she's like, all the other dolls like follow their curses, and they can't really remember who they are. They're kind of, crazy or just, caught by this curse and like that, but she's not. So she's just this really lonely person who's just watching it all, going, hey, this sucks, I can't do anything, I'm just forced to watch her own curse in a way. And so yeah, that's the basic premise of it. And it plays out like a cross between Diablo and Zelda. It gets more complicated as it goes along. Each new prototype gets newer, cooler things. Oh, cool, I'm glad you like it. I admit that currently there's not as much depth to it as there could be. I mean, the gameplay is getting pretty decent. There's actual... I played through the previous prototype on stream. I think I linked it in the chat. I can link it again, though. But, I mean, the game's just free to play, so... And by free to play, I mean, like, it just has no cost. Like, you don't have to... It's not like, doesn't have weird gacha anything like that. No. It's just actually free. Part of the shtick is that I just build it on stream, so it gives me endless content. Let's play a prototype 3. I would show you all the random boss encounters, but what I just did was I broke everything trying to make this new thing here. So currently nothing actually, the levels don't build themselves. Like all the levels are randomly generated except for the 2D areas, which are not. Oops. Oh yeah. I realized when I was saying that, I was like, wait, this is a terrible thing to say in this day and age because it just sounds like it's a cash grab. Seeing as how it is exactly made $0. It's the worst cash grab ever if that's the case. I just wanted people to basically play test it as I make it, and like, if you offer criticisms or even ideas, there's a chance they make it into the game. Like a lot of ideas have actually come from people watching. Yeah, these areas are not random, but inside the actual paintings are random. Not all the paintings can be gone into. There's also areas in between the attics that are like that too. Maybe all the art from it like that too. Eventually they're all going to look very different as well. But, well, I'm still making all the graphics. So it happens. It gets done whenever it gets done. Yeah, this broke here too. I said I would show you things, but look how broke everything is. Yeah. Well, I mean, over time, I think it'll gain some popularity because we're at prototype phase. This is like pre-alpha. This is where I release a concept. And then, over time, the concept becomes a real game. Like once it's like, you know, actual, I have all the basic content there, then that's an alpha game. And then I start fixing everything, and it eventually work its way to like a beta. But for now, we're really early. Well, this one's my fault because I wrote this big code thing today. I did a lot of changes to the code recently. I wrote this monstrosity starting from the room spawn down here. And I've been messing with it, trying to make it do what I want, and it's just missing the logic. Oh yeah, it's definitely... The grind is most definitely real on this one. But it's fun, you know, and I get to have stream content, tell people about the world and everything. And slowly but surely I get people to watch or to get interested in the world because there's one thing I've learned doing game dev is nobody cares about your game. Good luck. There's so many people clamoring for attention. You either shove a lot of money in it or you just, you know, keep telling everyone until eventually someone's interested. And it's, I've opted for that one. Even if the game makes $0, as long as a bunch of people play it, I'll be happy. Also, as long as I figure out why I'm missing the right wall of every single room, that'd probably help too. That's because I'm one number off. That's what happened. The 342, 347, 348, and 349. Yeah. At least my code wasn't wrong. At least not that code. I'd rather this code be wrong than the other code. This code is... I'm so glad I copy-pasted the code too. So this way it's wrong 4 times instead of just once. You know, if you're gonna make a mistake, you should compound the mistake. It's more fun that way. So that's my working theory, and I'm sticking to it. Oh yeah. When I got into this, I just really enjoyed doing it. It was just a hobby gone wrong as far as I can tell. That's my game dev experience. Hobby gone wrong. I think I have a better chance of eventually getting monetized on YouTube from just building it than I do from the actual game selling, because the actual me working on it has got hundreds of view hours. But only like 39 people have even downloaded the game. To be fair, I suck at advertising, so it's not the game's fault entirely. I'm just terrible at advertising. Okay, well, this worked out well. Now the top wall is missing, question mark? Weird. Yeah. A lot of it just comes down to, there's only so much time. And I do everything for this game except for I don't make the sound or the music. I outsourced those, and by outsourced them I mean I went to Humble Bundle and I was like, thanks. Yeah, everything else though is just when you're the guy who does it all, that takes forever. Though streaming's actually sped it up quite a bit. Oh, this is a ground. Wait a minute. I guess I just renamed it like an idiot. Cool, good job, me. Well, we go to movies away from there and stop instead of renaming the ground. Alright, so top wall. Alright. Now they're out of order. Nice. Whatever. Yeah, it's not. I mean, I think if I had lots of free time to do that too, I would give it a shot and see if I could make something cool. I have no experience with it, so I assume any music I make would be horrible. Or at least nowhere near as good as what I could just, get from packs off Humble Bundle. But at least I could claim it was mine. Nah, that's not that worth it. Nobody wants to hear that. But yeah, with limited time, I'm just gonna focus on the skills that I got. Learn some skills that are really necessary, like coding, and outsource what I can, which so far is just the two things. I guess, when using RPGMaker, you can outsource plugins. I mean, I made a lot of plugins for it, and I adapted a lot of plugins, but I didn't technically make all the plugins. Yeah, I mean, quality music can really sell a game. Just look at Undertale. I mean, okay, yeah, Undertale's apparently got a good story. I've never actually played it, but let me tell you, I've heard, Megalovania like 1 billion times at this point. That game has a fantastic soundtrack. And everyone remembers it. Take something really old like Chrono Trigger, people don't sit there and replay the game hardly ever, but they listen to the tracks all the time, Heck yeah, meme status. That'd be a real dream right there. Make a game that somehow spawns a meme. Even if it's a bad meme, so what? I'll take it. I am picky. It's fine. It isn't? That's ironic. I thought he was a music guy. Then again, if someone can do it better and do it cheaper, I mean, I'm not above spending money on a hobby. After all, I have the same definition of a hobby as the IRS. Did I make money off it? No, then it's a hobby. I mean, that's technically his. He made it. I mean, just because you use a free thing to do it. Even if it's using, like, remixing loops. That's like, the various DJs that make their own mixes of things. That's still their music. I mean, obviously if you grab someone's entire track and remix it a bunch, then it's going to be like not really totally your music. But, if you take a bunch of loops, people don't usually make the loops anymore. Like, they just mix them up. So there's like a whole, like, even Humble Bundle sells them. There'll be these big sound loop packs. And I've thought about buying them, but the problem is there's not enough time for me to learn that. Like, I don't have it. Like, I just don't. I want to have it, but no. But I mean, it's like this, there's things I didn't make in this. Like, I didn't make the music or the sound, but it's still my game. So, I mean, there's also other people's graphics I could use too. I do have graphic packs I could use, but they don't really match the style. I gotta fix the hitboxes on these too. But look, at least the walls are all here. Oh my god. The walls are all here. The walls are closing in. Oh my god. I'm so happy. I've never been so happy to have the walls close in before. I don't know what is up with those, but one of those is wrong. Oh yeah, like, I mean, whenever you use any kind of weird things like that, then yeah, it definitely yeah, copyright's weird. I mean, you could try to fight something in court. The big problem with that is even if it would stand, a lot of times it's just so expensive to go that you have to actually, like, it's not worth it. Like, I mean, if you're making real money off something and then someone tries to claim it, sure. But I mean, the amount of money you make, it better be pretty amazing. I know whenever I get copyright claims, even though I have the rights to use the music, unless it's an actual strike, I don't even fight it. I just remove it from the thing. Because to fight them, you have to basically dox yourself to some random idiot out there. And I mean, I could just as easily remove like the minute from a random stream and the problem is solved. And it's people who don't even, you know, they clearly don't own it. It's not theirs. They just do it for money. So it's like, well, I could do that. I actually started doing private streams, and on the private stream, I will sit there and I'll just play all the tracks that I want to test with a thing on the screen saying what's being played. And then I give YouTube, like, you know, a couple days to look it over, and anything that gets copyright claimed, I just remove. So I bought some Humble bundles of music, and I'm just like, well, I'll listen to them while I'm doing the stream. So that saved me some headaches. Trying to find it otherwise, it's just stupid. You could lose. I mean, I'm not monetized anyway, because I'm still pretty, you know, pretty much nobody in the world of YouTube. But if you have a bunch of copyright claims against you, it can affect your ability to get monetized in the future. So I just get rid of it. Yeah, I think it's what everyone should do. I mean, just simple private stream. Just let YouTube tell you. I mean, they're not strikes, so it's totally fine. They don't do strikes very often anymore. I have had one copyright strike from someone who I actually bought their music from to use. And I was like, really? I'm getting copyright struck by the person who's the company who sells this music? What in the world? That was a fun one. That was in like my first month on YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. Here's how broken our system is. Thanks. Yeah. But they didn't fight it. After like 30 days, like, you know, it falls off if they don't fight back. I have the receipt saying I paid, so I'm like, hey, look, I will fight this one. I'm technically the receipt for, you know, all the other copyright claim ones too, but it's a lot of effort. I'm not going to fight a copyright claim. Because you can have any number of those on your channel, it doesn't even matter. It might affect the viewership on the video, but it's not going to affect it that much. And by not that much, I mean I accidentally viewed I was watching Sword Art Online Abridged. I was showing people some clips from it, thinking, oh well, it's someone's video, you know, clearly they've got hundreds of thousands of views on this. It should be fine, right? It's clips. I mean, this person clipped this person's video, and neither one, like, they're both there. It should be fine. Oh god, no. I had like the same 30 seconds of both got like both a visual and a audio copyright claim, even though there was no music in it. And it was like the most serious one ever because it basically blocked viewership in all but I think like 2 countries. And I'm just like, what in the world? That's when I learned, don't ever watch random things on stream on YouTube. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, Kick seems okay. The problem though is with Kick you already have to be popular, and I don't get a whole lot of views. Like, I mean, I'm pretty new to it. I think I'm like my 5th or 6th month of streaming. So if I went to Kick, I would basically have no traffic. Not that I get a huge amount of traffic on YouTube, but it sends me about 80% of the traffic I get. Even if it is nightmarish. I thought about Twitch. The problem with Twitch is, well, lots of problems lately. I was like, do I want to do Twitch? No. I'd also have to start over because, again, all the traffic is coming from YouTube. So I have some people in the RPGMaker community, and I have a Discord. And the Discord is, you know, slowly becoming a source of traffic. Speaking of which, for anyone who wants to join the Discord, I usually just, you know, we just sit there and chat all day about dumb crap for the most part. A lot of RPG Maker people running around there, even though a lot of us are disillusioned RPG Maker people. I'm so far into it, I'm just, you know, I'm staying until I finish this, no matter what. $15.27. But yeah, YouTube's been quite the ride. I'll say that. Where I make lots of blunders because, you know, I don't really know much about it. I really was just wanted to be a game dev. But it turns out that you basically have to be a lot more public unless you have a publisher. And really build up a fan base or something like that, so you can actually have any chance of anyone to even play the game. We're not even talking about selling it, we're just saying play it. And as they say, your first game will fail, so probably. Because, well, nobody knows. I don't know which of these is breaking, but one of these is. Well, I think what I'll do here. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you want to join the actual regular, you know, game dev world where you actually work for a company, you can definitely live that life and enjoy a lot of, you know, you'll get to work on big games. Oh my gosh. That's something I've been working about, as I'm managing my expectations of what is possible for a solo dev. I'm all playing with like Unreal Engine and then, you know, seeing the things I can do with it and seeing how long it takes to do anything. And I'm like, there's a reason hundreds of people make these games over years, because you're not going to make one of those successfully by yourself at all. It is pretty adorable. I guess I technically broke these, so until I fix them, I can just do this, and I'll fix them eventually. Huh, that's an interesting idea there, Mike. Yeah, I'm just not very good at the whole, you know, the whole game of YouTube. I just never even contemplated doing it. It's like, well, I'll just, you know, make games. And I'm like, well, I'll just start streaming. Why not? But YouTube's all like, well, you got to make these thumbnails that are clickbaity and everything, and you got to, like, you know, worry about if your things do well later because it'll affect future traffic on things. I'm like, maybe I should learn how to properly do those too. How to properly evade copyright claims. I pretty much dealt. Breaking through is very hard. It's definitely not the easiest. I guess I didn't finish any of this stuff. Good job, me. Way to not finish things. I'm making new graphics for everything, so it's... expect to see things be really barren until I make it all. I think this one at least works, right? Let me figure out how many rooms I want and then make the system better for randomizing those. Yeah, it's missing the outer wall, but I mean, I knew it was. But at least these areas still work. That's something. With the random piles of junk. Oh, you're in pretty good company on that one. Lots of people do. The whole RPGMaker community, or just the whole game dev community in general, is loaded down with that. Welcome to the dark side and all that. Yeah. I've actually found that streaming forces me to actually work on things faster, so I spend less time procrastinating a lot of things because of that. I think I want a system to randomly generate the locations too. And part of the shtick is the areas are randomly generated when they're working. Currently everything's broken, but that's why I have the Let's Play, so people could see what the game looks like. Or used to look like. I could just sit there and do this over and over. It's not a bad idea. Command is ugly. That's right. I don't have a way to random through the through those at all either. That. It's for the ones where it's just random piles of junk in the attic and everything like that for the walls. I want it to just be all the possible events, not just, you know, a singular type of thing. Though technically I could just have regular walls. Nah. Counterpoint? Nah. About sums that up. Alright, so which one of these arrays was cause for all that? It should be somewhere up here. I'm not even using this border thing anymore. I can just as easily put in the data map height thingy, you know, I don't need this extra ridiculous thing. I'm like, oh, I could do this? No. Just no. Do the whole programmer thing where you know, go, this process should have taken like half an hour, but instead I made this system for it that took me an entire week. But look at how much better this system is. Sure, I could just paint walls around a map, but counterpoint, what if I just make this ridiculous system that does it instead? Yeah. 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 So it's this create ID here. It's just this dot random, I'm pretty certain. So do this here, and then it'll just be spawn array 0 dot length. I'm pretty certain. Oh, well, thanks for swinging by, though. That's awesome. I'm here, like, well, usually 5 nights a week. In case you get bored and want to wander back. I will probably be here many hours. Many hours. Yeah, let me know how the game goes. Oh, yeah. Because any feedback pretty much usually gets drastically changes the game for the most part. I don't get a lot of feedback, so me playing the game doesn't give me a lot of feedback, sadly. Really sadly. Ooh. Doesn't quite work the way I want it to, does it? I have a hard time thinking at the depth of these arrays. It messes me up a lot. Actually, I'll look at the cheat sheet I put at the top. It's actually missing the other part too. Currently, the system only allows for one in each of the areas, which sucks. I gotta find a better way of doing it. But I'm not gonna worry too much about it. If it can make doorways, that is good enough for me at this point, I think. Trying to think of what it was. I kind of lost my train of thought for a second there. I should figure out what it was. What it was on about here. I need to get the actual link to this array, or not link, but the I need to set up a way to random it. That's what I need. This code is right. As best I can tell, it should be right. Alright, because the first one there is going to be this. So this would be matching with which one of those are going to be, sure. And this, of course, would be there, but it's not pushing to the bottom wall, which is a mistake. So either way, I'm going to need this code on both. I can make holes in it later or do something else with the information, since the temporary wouldn't really differentiate where everything was. Put the little thingy afterwards, even though it doesn't really matter, but I just put it there a lot of times anyway. I have no idea why. There might be some reason. I mean, it does matter in some things, but like it matters up in the for commands where you have to actually put them at multiple locations. Like there's 3 different chunks of it. Usually the plus goes right there, but you can always put that wherever you want. Like up here has it. There it matters, but most of the time it does not. So I think what's going to have to happen is it's going to have to be a +1, right? And I have to check the 0 slot. I think that's how it's going to have to go. What makes sense? Well, this is going to have to be the second one, right? It starts at 0, so that's 1, and then this one will be, I assume, 2. No, it's always going to be the first one. If I'm going to random it, it's going to be based on this first one there, and then all the other events from it will random into there. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Hi, Blended Journeyman, how's it going? It is perfect timing to show up and see me. I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Something. See me work on my randomized room generator. And 4 deep in arrays. We gone way too deep here. Oh no. It's going to be real bad. Real bad. But yeah, it generates 4 walls based on, a starting and ending point. And then I have a system so it can forget, like, an event on each of the walls, or whichever walls you want, and then it will creating effectively entrances. But it is in fact complicated. Oh, nice. Glad you found the genre of champions. I wonder if I should be posting like lots of random little dopey videos and not actually, doing game things. I don't know. I have not figured out the magical equation to pop off, as they say. No. Get okay watch hours, I suppose. But definitely not there yet. No. There's plenty of dumb little games I could be playing that I kind of want to play. By dumb little games, I mean, that's the whole, like, DLC quest type of half-minute hero garbage. Just dumb games I could be playing. But no. I want to finish this. I do. Probably. Do I? Maybe. I have no idea. Okay, this is some nightmare fuel here. Yeah, consistently putting stuff up tends to really, the algorithm likes that. Huh. Yeah. Definitely going to turn more heads than RPGMaker stuff, that's for certain. People have an endless appetite for that kind of stuff. Oh my god, this system is terrible. I really need a randomized system based on like a certain just a number, and then maybe able to recycle a bunch of things so it just picks the spots. So I don't have this. I mean, this makes 4 freaking rooms. It's huge. It's so long. But I got tired of the map being broken, so. I could try just regular game playing streams. I don't know, I thought I clickbaited pretty hard on this one, but so far it's only got like 17 views. So apparently I didn't clickbait hard enough. Because I know YouTube's showing my stuff to people. That's true. But like the last video we saw, let me see here. Well, the last video terrible, but the one right before that, it only got 241 impressions after the fact too. Oh, actually, never mind, had more than that. Because you can look and see that, it ended up with like 15 views since it was released, but it has like a total like 47 or something like that. And they showed it to 2,500 people. Or 2,000 people. 27 there, so these numbers are weird. I guess this is last. No, I have no idea. But I mean, that one did like 50 views. It's gotten more views since then. It only had like 30 something views in the thing. It's actually been collecting views. This one hasn't done any views at all. Like, it hasn't collected anything, didn't get any, nothing like that. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. Like this one so far has actually pulled a new person in even, so. Yeah. Maybe that's why I need horror games seem to be like where the real money is. By money I mean just views. I don't know, game dev seems like a questionable genre to be in. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It seems real questionable. Like if I had to pick between ones there, does not seem to be the choice of champions. It's fine, I guess, but nah. I mean, Poppet Quest could easily be a horror game. I'm kind of so far in, though. I don't even know. It doesn't help that RPGMaker is dying 1,000 deaths. With its, you know, how poorly MZ was received, Unite being trash, you know, I mean. That is not helping people, yeah. Winning RM games? What winning RM games? They haven't had any for like 6 or 7 years. 623 is wrong. Yep. I have considered just sitting there and perpetually making games in Unreal, just designing levels, because the simple reality is that's very visual. Whereas anyone who shows up and looks at this, the entire stream I've basically been futzing with code and only going in and checking things. So, I mean, that's not that exciting. I mean, if you're into it, sure, but from a viewer experience, unless you're really into it, and how many people are actually into RPGMaker coding at this point? Like, was it the Unpro or something like that? Unpro Pro or something like that? Yeah. He doesn't too, and he's been around that community forever, and his things barely get any. They get more than me, but dude's also got like thousands of subscribers, and he's not pulling that many more views in. With like, you know, 20x my subscribers or more, you would think he would pull in like 20x the views. No, it's more like 3 or 4 times the views. I guess I only ran that once. Maybe these are like one deeper than I think they are. This is my biggest error. The things are one deeper than I think they are. It ruins me every time. I have no idea how I did that. I mean, I do. It's an autocomplete, but it auto-completed very weirdly. I don't know. I think after Prototype 5, I'll reassess. Oh, sorry, Prototype 4. I do want to kick this out the door and then let people mess with it, because it's got so many improvements. I also haven't been streaming that consistently lately. I wasn't feeling all that great, so I kind of dialed it back some. Good old health problems. Actually, I don't think I need that, because I can just as easily just look and see. But I don't know, whenever I'm really consistent, it does kind of go up a little, but I have noticed a perpetual loss of viewers, which, you know, according to Mr. Beast, don't think of it as the algorithm, it's the audience. The audience doesn't want what you're offering. If other people are like, hey, you know, you should go for You want to be part of like a genre or a group because you want people to recommend your, like YouTube to recommend your video after someone watches something. And who is actually doing this? Who is watching like RPGMaker? Who cares? Like it's not, you're not going to find it. So it's kind of awkward. Like there's no recommendation on there. Yeah. Pretty much how I'm doing it. Just doesn't really, doesn't jive. It doesn't particularly good. Yeah, exactly. It's just the audience is very, 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 very small. I was hoping I could build fans for the actual game itself, but game dev is slow. I suspect I could just make little animated stories or something like that and put them on the channel, and it'd build viewers faster and build, like, you know, people excitement faster, I think, because it would be a product that people could actually make use of. Whereas I just think the game dev market, the game market is too saturated. Because the amount you have to commit yourself to actually playing a game is significantly higher than watching a video or something, which is pretty much the content of choice these days. After all, I hardly play any games. I watch other people play them now. The games have become too much work for me to want to play them. That says something right there, when I think it's too much work. But it's true. I mean, thinking about it, I really don't play a lot of games. They seem like they're too much work. They're like, you got to grind all this. I don't want to. I have to watch someone else do it. Like I watch someone play only up. Do you think I want to fall on my face over and over only up? No. Do I want to watch some streamer do it a bunch of times? Sure. Sounds great. Sounds hilarious. So it's like, if that's the case, yeah, maybe. When I thought about telling stories, I actually considered doing creepypastas because I was like, you know, I listen to creepypastas. And it fits with the whole imaginary villain thing, so it'd be perfect. So I considered it. People like weird little macabre horror type things in the first place. So, It's 49 I heard, huh? Plus, it's easier to interact with people when you're doing stuff like that. This thing here, it gets really hard to really be super interactive and entertaining while still coding. Like, I mean, if I'm not super deep into something, it can be pretty easy by comparison, but otherwise, it's rough. Oh, thanks. Yeah, people have been very supportive of it and like that. It's definitely been an interesting experience, to say the least. But I definitely haven't found my niche yet. I never thought this would be something I'd be interested in, though, was the thing. Like it just wasn't where I was going with it. I was like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna basically be, you know, a hermit and just make games and kick them out to the world. And now I'm like, well, I'm gonna sit there and stream on YouTube instead and try to get as many people to watch as possible, which is the exact opposite of being a hermit. Well, kind of the exact opposite. I think I've got a couple of them. To be 100% honest, I don't catch a lot of anything. It seems like I'm just always working on one thing or another. I need a good reminder when someone actually puts something out, and go, so I can go, oh yeah, like I see people's stuff in the Discord and I comment on that, but unless someone posts something there or one of the places I frequent, I probably won't even notice. I don't even check the subs on YouTube. I don't actually even view videos with my main channel at all. I have a side one that I actually do all the watching with. Probably that one's sub to everyone's thing too, just to help everybody out, give them 1+1 sub. Technically, if you have 2 accounts, you can watch your own account. Watch the other one to give yourself view time. You got to be careful, because if you do that too much, then they decide your traffic is garbage and they're not okay with that. I did it to watch my to see how I sounded and try to improve my setup. Also to get myself used to my own voice. That's something I had to really work my way past. Everyone always thinks they sound weird. But after I listen to myself talk for, I think, like 30 or 40 hours, Got kind of used to it after a while. Actually, early on, it helped me remember where I was at in the project. That definitely happened. I have the feeling that I'm doing something slightly off here. Let me do this. This might just error. It probably will, actually. Adding glitches with links? Like, you want to mess the links up intentionally? Doesn't that just mean that the people can't watch stuff? Yeah, hopefully you get to a few thousand soon. Yeah. I'm just imagining what it'd be like to make, various story things and not have to worry about gameplay. That would be amazing. Gameplay is just so much work. At least this worked this time. And balancing. Oh my god. Balancing is... Balancing. The thing. Oh, nice. That'll probably excite people. Put hidden little things in the videos. Maybe you can have enough of mystery that one day Matt Pat shows up. The dream. A major, lore YouTuber to just, go ham on looking at all your stuff and tell everyone about it. 614 and 622. I have too many things ticking along here. That's right. So if this yields the 0 here, like if it yields random, why was it having a problem? Because that's random according to the thing. According to 614, yeah, random. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, OpenShot's not even that great of an editor from what I can tell. I'd probably use a better editor if you really want to get super big on it. I just use it because it was free and, there, and I hadn't known anything about it. But as for criticisms being scary, I don't know. After watching a couple people play my game and, largely not have the best time, you get used to it. Also, just sitting here and people can criticize it as I'm doing it the whole time, too. It's, it's fine. You get used to it. Yeah, I don't need this one here, like the 622 errors, right? Oh, 622 gets 68, so it doesn't even error. But it should be this one I'm looking at. You should be looking only at the first number. which was originally what I had, I thought, but I guess not. Yeah, I need to spend time just like focusing, I think, on YouTube. I think that like both game dev and YouTube require an incredible amount of work to be good at. And doing both at the same time is probably not the best choice. If I gotta say anything, it seems like they're not the best choice. Like, it takes so much effort to be good at game dev, and it's not very good content to watch. Unless you make like devlogs, but even then the devlogs are... A lot of people's devlogs are kind of boring. I wouldn't want to watch someone's devlog usually, so... Unless it was about a game I really was interested in, but... I don't know. On the other hand, the thing I need to remember is that there's a... When you're smaller, it takes a while to actually get to where people view things, so every new person is harder to get early on. But once you get enough of a critical mass, then it becomes much easier, so... You should also make note of that. Like, early on, pretty hard. For some of my views literally come from streams, all my watch hours and everything like that, and my regular videos get almost nothing. That's fair. My knowledge of video editing sucks. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It is not good. It is not wonderful. It is terrible. I could probably figure it out if I stop wasting my time on this. I think I see the problem here. Because originally I have it set up. Oh no, that is not going to be. Yeah, this is going to be a problem here. Yeah. The open shot is not very good. It's kind of like when I was using OBS instead of Streamlabs. Streamlabs is just so much better than OBS. It's dumb. The right tools can make all the difference. Of course, here I am using the wrong tools, i.e. RPGMaker. And Pixie. The wrong tools. On the other hand, I did name the stream, don't do this, for RPGMaker thing. I was warning people not to do it. But don't do what I'm doing. It's a bad decision. Don't do it. Mistakes were made. How badly do I want to random the walls? Yeah, pretty much. I definitely took it too far. Like I could be figuring out how to do the randomizer in Unreal Engine, where literally you just drag and drop it, as opposed to what I'm doing now, where I got to figure all this out, do all the math and everything like that. Of course, that's its own thing to figure out too, but the system is much nicer than this. I mean, look at what I'm resorting to here with this kind of ridiculousness. That stuff's just stupid. Syntax is horrible. As opposed to, what was it, the epic one here? Tell it to open that up. I need to abandon the project in Unreal Engine that is the tech project that I learned everything in, because it's just so broken. Too many version switches and things like that. It was a bad decision to do all the things I did. I made every mistake possible. While that is doing its thing, I will... Of course, this doesn't even fit on the screen 90% of the time. Yeah, look how many errors it just has. That was another problem. And it sits there and redoes this every time, another mistake that's just there. But I mean, go away, content browser. Actually, never mind, actually I want the content browser. Use the bottom one here. But are those things there as opposed to trying to read, where are they at? Procedural generation. I don't know, one of these like that. I mean, being able to view this instead is just like 1,000 times easier. Let's just be real here. Here I'm trying to view all that, and instead of having, you know, all those there, I can just, you know, add them to here. Instead of having ridiculous, you know, syntax nightmares like I have going on there. In all reality, I probably should just do something different, because, you know, then I can just, you know, pick them up and just drag them places. Like, oh, these are where all the trees are. Oh, they're there now. Bummer. Oh, look, they're over here now. Oh, look, it's taller. Or look, it just covers the whole friggin' map. $3,000. Boom, and now the whole map is covered by them. And way out here too. Of course, it's all like, why do you do this? But, you know, whatever. I'll lock this down. Oh, yeah, you totally can. I was just dragging it around to show that you can. I don't know why these things spawn so high up in the air, but I mean, just look. Now I have a whole freaking forested world. That's insane. I never want to like manually place any kind of terrain ever again in this because of that. And look, now I have a huge raining world and stuff like that. I mean, this already looks 1,000 times better than everything. So, I mean, really? It just made this. Just randomed it. I mean, I can make this into an RPG. I thought about it. Just make a basic RPG out of this. Instead of RPGMaker's garbage. You can put the buildings in random places. Perfect. And you know what's cool too? If you're going to do like the whole Alice in Wonderland things, like, you know, all messed up, putting things in weird places like that is perfect. I mean, there's ways to actually make it, you know, hit the ground. But I mean, wow. Just the whole map done. You're like, done. And I can just add to it as I want. And then the whole map just re-randoms again. And I don't got a place. I mean, look at how many things I got placed there. Also doesn't need to be that big, but... yeah. I mean, I really should probably just rethink the whole RM thing. These things are so far out. I didn't think it was this big. Like I say, I want to release prototype 4. I think that I want to see, you know, that come to, you know, realization like that, and then from there decide, because Yeah, it's just not, why is it all like that? That's weird. It's just not, it's not visually pleasing. Like, this is already more pleasing to run through. And when I watched someone play freaking only up, and it was just some idiot running up and climbing on top of things, I was like, this is the game, huh? This has got streamers everywhere doing that, and like literally they programmed one mechanic, and that was climb on things. I guess they made platforms, but I mean the platforms are really easy, so it's like, this is, yeah. So like I say, here I am doing this, and I'm just questioning all my life decisions to make this game that's like, because I have like randomizers for UE already. I could just learn how to use their randomizer, like a random dungeon creator. Where are you? I know I have one. No, not that one. Oh, level generator. Because they gave me this for free. To design levels. So. Just saying. Like, here you go. Here's one more free thing. Cool. Thanks, bro. I don't know. I'm always say a really big problem with sunk cost fallacy. I think the concept of the game is much cooler than the actual game, though, is the problem. I work on this stuff, I'm like, I think I don't randomize the area rooms. Maybe I just have walls, regular walls. I have to rewrite the whole code for that. Fortunately, everything is temporarily broken until I fix this. Well, I'm starting to think about, like, you know, the question of scope creep versus not. Like, it's what's the goal? And, you know, getting people to enjoy my world is hopefully the goal. Like, I want that, like, thing. And originally I thought game dev would be cool, but what's been more successful is people watching on YouTube and not the game dev itself. The game dev has been horribly unsuccessful. Getting people to watch on YouTube has been significantly more successful, having, you know, gotten hundreds of watch hours on this game that has basically, I'm going to go ahead and guess, less than 50 play hours by people. And that's being really, really generous, assuming that everyone downloaded it, played for slightly more than an hour. Seeing as how I've had no feedback other than 2 people who live streamed it, I'm going to go ahead and assume that they did not like the game enough to even waste time with feedback. They didn't hate it enough to, you know, leave feedback either, I guess. But it does kind of make you wonder. It's like, well, which of these is actually the thing people are more excited about? Because I think people would rather hear me tell stories about the world than play a game about it. After all, the guy showed up earlier today, and he was super excited about the world as I told it to him. He's like, I'll definitely try the game when next thing comes out, like that. And he was very excited. But clearly the premise is good enough, and people like the characters. It's just the game itself is not living up to expectation. I mean, nostalgia baiting works, yo. Yeah, it was my hobby too, but I kind of picked up some other hobbies, and I'm sitting there thinking, hey, wait a minute. Is this... No, not that. Is this really the best hobby for the goal? And the answer is, I don't think it is. I really want to finish this version, I think. Do I? I keep thinking about it. It's like, how badly do I want to finish this version? What's keeping me away from UE are a few things. One of them is largely that I don't know where I would host the game, but does that matter if you never really, like, you don't even have to release the game. If people just watch you make it and they enjoy that. I don't know. These are questions going through my head here as I work on this. I'm like, is this the right decision? Probably not. That's why the stream is named what it is. Yeah, well, that's just it. Even as a free game, it's not getting the downloads. So that begs a lot of questions here. I mean, I'm sure I suck at advertising. Yeah, okay, I know that. Look it. Huh. I mean, it's on those, it's just not getting reach on them, so. This command is too long, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Because it does that quick jump to the other side there, that's so annoying. Like, whoever designed that sucks. Gotta manually do the mouse so I actually can view the command there. Yeah, this is a nightmare fuel. So the problem I'm having here... Yeah, it's something to think about. Oh, that was dumb. If you want to make real money in the indie game dev world, do adult games. Anyone who says different clearly hasn't seen how crappy the adult games are, yet they still make money. I'm just like, wow. Really? Really? Oh my god. I know a guy who actually has a Patreon, is making pretty good bank from that. And he started after me and everything. Before I had all the health problems, and it's just like, yep. His game didn't even look good. Didn't even matter. He just had some nude pictures in there, and that was good enough. I was like, fuck. Use the language, but really? I was very, very, very sad. But I mean, that's always in demand, whereas whatever game you think you're making is not in demand. Not at all. Alright, so let's figure out what... Once again, I'm so lost in which array we're even talking about here. Get lost in the conversation. The conversation's more interesting to me than the game I'm working on at the moment. Oh yeah, it's probably some random Karen who is like, you know, defending those she deems less fortunate than herself. Meanwhile, the people actually like what was there, because they were at the site in the first place. Don't change what works. Change what doesn't. But a lot of companies are doing that these days. It's like, I don't know who you're catering to, but it's not the right people. Yeah, this is clearly hitting stupid. This entire setup is stupid. I'm bringing this down here so I can remember where everything's at. Alright, so... working on 2 here, and 2 is set up like this. I think I'm going to shorten one of these so I can get a better view of it. Oh, don't do them all. Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure something out. On the plus side, if you actually do things in using Unreal Engine, Epic goes out of their way to really to promote a lot. Like, they really do. Plus, they provide all these grants and everything too. I mean, they do a lot. Unlike, you know, RM, where they do not do a lot. They actually don't do anything. Keep 2 of these. I'm going to delete the rest of them just because it's gotten so stupidly long I can't even find what I'm doing here. Okay, whoever designed this whole jump to either side is the worst person ever. Not a fan. It's not as bad as using the editor in RM, but wow. I guess technically I should delete this one. It's fine. I just need 2 of them left. And then I'm going to delete these ones here, and then it'll be less confusing for testing. I don't know. I definitely need to post the game more places and try to make it better and all that, blah, blah, blah. I can say I think Prototype 4, the release of it will dictate a lot. Because if Prototype 4 turns out to be just a pure dud, after all the improvements I've made, like, it gains nothing. Even after I'll sit there and just start handing it around, be like, hey, yeah, check this out. You know, how does this look? If it just totally bombs there, you probably should look at a different strategy. I mean, your first game, it's doomed to fail, as they say. So, you know, no need to go too ham on it, unlike me. I mean, I'll probably just take the story and run with it somewhere else, to be honest. If I already have a story written like that, or a lot of story things like that, it seems like it'd be a lot easier to just make little videos and put them on YouTube of the story. Just tell a story like that. Because, you know, if I just had to make cutscenes the whole time and I never had to make gameplay, that's so much I don't have to do. I don't have to design levels or anything. It would just be cutscenes telling a story, which would probably be pretty cool, honestly. I'm thinking about it because I just want to tell a story, and I've discovered that to make your game look good, it's almost impossible to successfully make all the gameplay, make all the cutscenes, make all that stuff like that, because it just takes too long. That's why they have these huge teams doing it, as opposed to, you know, one solo dev. But if I'm just making, you know, little animation things like, you know, 1 or 2 minute animations, that I can do. Because then people sign up to see the animation and that's it. They're happy. Like they're not expecting their money's worth out of this ridiculous game that needs to be all these hours long. They just show up and do that. And you're like, okay. And in learning how to use the camera thing in order to make renders for RPGMaker, I'm like 1 step closer to learning how to use the camera to make cutscenes. Also, at that point, I could ignore like 90% of the systems. I wouldn't even need most of it. I don't care how much of the how many resources things use. I wouldn't need Blender or anything like that because I don't need to optimize my thing that I make these, you know, cutscenes in. Also, I don't need the interactive licenses from DAZ because I only need those if I'm distributing it. But if I'm just making animations, I don't need it at all. So a lot of things become far more affordable and easier if I go that route. Plus, YouTube has already done better for me than the game. So a lot of things are very lined up for that. I'm at kind of a loss on this one here. Actually, I'm on the right thing for this. I'm not totally at a loss. The problem is It breaks 623. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have a lot of these points where I'm sitting there trying to solve, you know, random code problems either. It would just be moving things around. And then I could make use of the AI voice stuff. Which, I'm all in a little secret. I have so many points on that thing, it's dumb. Like I just let it farm for a long time, and I haven't used like any of them since the last time I streamed it. It's surprisingly long to open. I didn't leave it open like I should have, but yeah, I have, you know, 215,000 points. I'm just saying, like, if I want some AI voices, I'm good to go. I can get a lot of them. So I'll probably, you know, maybe I'll do that. I could make something cool. I think the world will be more interesting. Because after all, what would you rather watch me do? Me make animations or me do this? I think we can all agree the animation's going to be more fun to watch. Maybe not, though. Maybe some people are more excited about this. I don't know. That's kind of been my thoughts on it. When someone was telling me how to try to improve the coding experience, and I was like, you know, come to think of it, you're right. They're like, you should zoom it in more. And I'm like, well, at some point it's hard for me to even see what I'm doing if I zoom it in too much. It's already zoomed in some. It's actually supposed to be like much smaller. Well, only a little bit small, actually. Reset zoom. Yeah, it's supposed to be this small. So I have more space to work on things instead of having to sit there and fight with it because it's so big like that, but it's too small to view. And then I was like, but wait, if that's the case, then on phones, it's even worse. So yeah. Control plus equals is like a lot of actually, let's just control plus 9. Yeah. Well, that's fair, I suppose. I mean, you know, there is a small group of people out there interested. I think it'd be more interesting to people on average if it was like a different engine that people actually used. But because it's RM, nobody uses it, so, you know, that's too big. I can't code like that. It's just, yeah. This is definitely something that needs to get finished, even though I'm kind of past wanting to code it right now because of how much I've just been at it. So let's see. This is 2 is here. I would, of course, be this one here. Right? And then once we're inside of I, this is the first one in there, so 0. And then the random is 0. So this is fine. Sure. But then you get to this one. And the problem is this. In the other example, the original one there, each of these is spaced out, you know, as their own little separate event thing. But in this one, so I just change the position like I do in this 1, 3, 4. It just goes down and does them all. Kinda. Yeah, I changed this position here. And it gets those. So they're not an array. Oh, that's good to hear that it's actually fine on a phone. I'd never viewed someone stream on a phone before. In theory, I should probably go back and watch one of my own streams on a phone to see how it comes out. After I started changing my thumbnails based on phones too, purely because, you know, phones are, that's most of your viewers. That's why they're pushing shorts. I need to equalize how these two codes work, I think is the problem here. Because one is just 4 numbers. That's fine. Except for that I have to check this one here on all of them. Does that matter? Or can I just check the same one on all of them? Why is this spawn array 1? Is there a reason? Because this is 0. Why am I checking this? Yeah, I think it really should be about figuring out content. Those are, you know... I think I should jump into YouTube. Spend less time on the RM thing. Because, I mean, I spent like... Oh God, I probably spent like 10 hours today screwing around with, you know, RM before I even streamed. I was just into it. And then I fell asleep for like 5 hours. So I'm actually pretty rested even though I've been yawning. I don't understand anymore. But in doing that, you know, I could have made like a short during that time or something, or just something interesting. So instead I have this weird system that's for a game that nobody wants to play. It's currently broken from that same system I made. Good job, me. 629. That's +1, right? Yeah, I think this is what I need to do here. Yeah. Plus just being able to I'm like, I have an infinite world of assets, and instead of sitting there trying to make the game small enough by putting it, you know, in this and doing like crappy renders, I can just drop all the models out there. Like, I just have all the stuff. I can just do it. I can even use my really broken, you know, test thingy to make all these things, because I don't even care if it runs well. It doesn't have to. It just needs to play an animation and record it. That's all. So it's like, only a lot of problems in my life go bye-bye in the animation world. No longer do I need to worry about how to make the mouse click better near things or stuff like that. Still broken. What now? 629 is still broken? This is going to take some console logs. Reading length. Oh, I see. I get so confused that once you get down into the arrays, like, it gets hard to really visually keep track of this crap. Why I don't like arrays, and why I use objects almost all the time, except for the system just being old. And I'm this close to just redesigning the entire system, but I also would this close to just saying, screw it, I'd rather work on, you know, animations and tell a story that might actually make people happy. Plus, I wouldn't need to write all this random quest dialogue and stuff like that, and explanation tutorials on how to do things. I made a new floor for this one. Came out pretty good. It's gonna be an office type of thing, or more like a more study, I guess, or something like that. But yeah, I wouldn't have to figure out this problem either, too, of why things sometimes other things are just picking up the random stuff and moving with them. And it's randoming the walls with stuff. At least the game is slowly getting there. I mean, I did solve this problem. Yeah, it works. I do like the walls better than the completely randomly placed stuff. That's true. Of course, now I have to randomly place the walls too, or the rooms, I should say. And then I have to add them to the system that allows it to tell if they're on top of each other, on top of other things, so it won't spawn the ones that are on top of something that's already supposed to be there. The forbid system, or well, it's actually no, not the forbid system, but that is part of it. Because truly, you have not lived until you've seen the system for checking this. The old bubble test. Doesn't look like many lines of code, does it? Look at all the things the bubble test wants. Look at them. It needs things. It's going to be a real bad time. That's all you need to know. Usually I build it off of a system that's already got it, but I didn't do it this time. So for this to work, I need to have a thing now to randomly create X rooms, where X is a loop that I have, and have the things random, so I don't gotta figure it out. Like I eventually turned the wall system into. I made this whole wall system. I'm not even using it anymore because I don't really have a use for it. And it's like, it was this thing here. The previous most complicated one, now dwarfed by this monstrosity. So how am I going to go about this? And more importantly, do I want to go about it right now? I kind of feel like the answer is just yes, I should just get it over with. Maybe the system will excite me enough to keep me using RM for a while longer. That's asking a lot of the system. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Question is, how do I go about this? So everything is based around the length of this first spawn array. So what if there was a thing at the end of the spawn array? That probably doesn't need to be there. Let me double check the code, make sure the code works with that there, because that was telling it to actually do something, so it might have screwed things up. I don't think so, though. But let's just double check that code wasn't doing something that made it all work. Yeah, I could have a fourth position in there that just dictates the number of times. And then just from that point on, if it finds that, it simply runs the loop that way. An alternate system. It's going to be very nightmarish if that's the case. Because everything is worked around the space in an array. Everything works fine so far. Good, good. It's going to be nice having areas that look different. They aren't all the same. This update's going to bring 5 different biomes effectively. Well, 6 technically, because the Miranda's area has an area from art. I figure I already made it. I might as well recycle one. It makes sense to encounter her in there since now they're different worlds inside the paintings. So. Yeah, I'm definitely considering the animation angle. I'd like to tell stories like that. That'd be pretty amazing. Plus, if I have to tell a story either way, I mean, one of those gets the story out to how many people? The other one gets the story out to basically nobody because I can't get anyone to play a game. 4 or 5 years from now, when the game shows up on Unreal Engine, you know, the better version of, like, you know, this game, yeah. All right, so yeah, I can get away with this. And we'll call it repeat. I have to move the H++. So if, oh god, we're once again inceptioning this thing here. Let's see. It's now there. Which means it's the 4th position. So it would be 1H0, 4, 3. Yeah, right, that's 1. And then we're doing the section inside of there, which will be this group here. And then we get the array like that. We can just not make this an array, and then it's 1 less. Is there a reason to make that an array? I don't believe there is. So it'll actually be this. Kind of. This 3 is I guess it's not equal and defined. Need a counter here, I think. All right. So if that's there, call a spawn limit, I guess, is equal to this. All right, well, we'll define it there. A little wonky to do it this way, but it does work. Because I can't change the length of the array like that. That's a property of it, so I can't change that, but except by adding things to the array. But what I can do is make it equal to a variable, and then I can change the variable. Equals and that lets me do that. It'll pull this information from here. Problem is, this whole other system is designed to do it based on position and array. And I want to loop just the first position if that is the case. So you don't need all the others. I mean, I could make the system where it actually does both, I guess, but that's going to get even more complicated and probably unnecessary. That's not going to work. No. No, I'm doing it a dumb way. Let me think about this here. This is a dumb way. Because all I really needed to do is loop through this section here, right? No. Oh, that's fine. It would need to loop through this section of each of those, right? Without changing I. Can it change J? J only affects the increment. Right? J is not used anywhere else. Yeah, it's just that and it's the restriction on the limit. That's it. So if that's the case, L equals, oh, don't use L. L sucks. L's like this. L's garbage. It just looks so weird. I mean, I've already done K, right? Have I done K on this one? Did I name that K? No. K is fine. And then K is less than A++. But just in case it's undefined, We'll set equal to 1. Something along the lines of this should get the job done. Nice job, whatever that was supposed to be. Okay, and then in each of these sections need to be a thing that randoms the locations. Otherwise, it'll make no sense. Oh, but it's going to have to random it down here, won't it? I don't want them on top of each other. That would be stupid. So I need a random 4 points, right? Ah, that's actually going to be much harder than I thought. It's really only used there, right? And that's it, just in that one spot. And then these are used in like one, actually right there. And then the H is used there. How random do I want them to be? I really need the first positions, right? I need like this position and this position. And I can random them like a certain size from there and not make it like the whole map or anything dumb. So that's based on that array too. You know what I'm gonna do first? Just see if it runs. Right? Let's use this one. Do 4. I'm making a lot of changes to code, and the more changes to code you make without testing, the more it's pretty dicey. So we'll see if they spawn on top of each other 4 times over, and if they do, I can move on with that. If they don't, then I probably should make certain that works before I get too crazy. It doesn't seem like it broke. It looks like it did it multiple times, I think. Yeah, look at this. Like, you see how it looped a million times over? Yeah, right here. Yep. So that system does work. Let's start. I'm going to adjust my desk to the sitting position here because I've been standing for 3 hours. 1 second. All right. We know that works. Always a good sign. And it ran through the other ones too. So all I really need now is a way to random those. Well, here, if it forces it to be that, it'll do it once, I don't have to worry about it. So now I can just have an else that randoms it, right? Because if it's undefined, it means that I just only did one in the first place, in which case it does the one. But if I did define it, I'm never going to define it as one because there's no reason to write that. Unless I want to random one wall, I guess. But I'm pretty certain if I'm going to random more than one. Seems kind of ridiculous to random just one wall, but maybe I could. So this information here needs to be changed at that point. I think the increment is fine, but the limit in these ones need to be changed. So this is the ending position on both, and this is the starting position, and I'm just getting the distance between it so I know how many need to spawn, or how far they need to spawn. But I could take the basic spawn position and then just random the number added to it, right? There's no point doing a negative number. I can always just, you know, go out of my way to... Oh, thanks for subscribing, Loaf. You're just in time to see me go through one impressive mess of just code that's inception levels deep on the arrays. Let's put it that way. We've gone down 4 levels. I haven't had to go 5 yet. If I have to go 5, I might just suddenly vanish and no one ever sees me again. Like I'll just be stuck in limbo or wherever it is. It'll happen. I gotta find my little spinning top so I can, you know, find my way back, right? The only way you can know you're not, you know, down in limbo. I do have a little spinning top. Someone gave me one. It's very nice. I do hope one day that I just discover that it keeps spinning, in which case, you know, it'll be very exciting. Very, very exciting indeed. Because I don't know, like having all the infinite power to do whatever you want, even if you are stuck in limbo, that sounds fine. I could live with that. Sure, it means you're in a coma in this world, but whatever. It's like being in the Matrix, only you get to be a god. You're going to be in the Matrix, and being a god sounds pretty good. So, let's see. I think I'm going to add to this one here, and just random a number to add. That makes more sense. Should be how I programmed it in the first place, to be honest. Get some random code here. Perfect. Anytime I don't have to type out code is good time to me. I very much about, you know, green code. You know, I like to recycle my code as much as possible. Maybe not the equals here, that doesn't make any sense, but still. Let's assume that the room needs to be of a reasonable size, right? Am I ever going to want the room to be less than 3? No. 4? Maybe, but that leaves, like, you know, any doors would be almost, it'd be almost like just pillars at that point. Maybe I make 5 the minimum. That's reasonable. Not much of a room if you only do that. And then where's the cap? Where do I want to go? I could do like 20 or something. I mean, the maps are huge, right? They're like 150 by 150. It might eventually be 200 by 200. Or 150 by 152. Oh yeah, that's right. The graphics were just slightly off when I did 150 by 150, so I actually increased the size. Or did I? Back to 150, 150. All the maps are currently playing on this one because I've improved my graphics engine so much I no longer need to cycle through maps in order to clear the RAM. Yeah, let's try 20. That seems a reasonable number. But you know, I should also probably include that parenthesis. So we do this. And then increment's already defined up here, so I don't need to worry about increment. It basically represents just how far away the events need to be from each other. And that's not going to need to be randomly done. That's presumably there's something of a wall. I don't really want them on top of each other, even though the current things I have set up aren't really perfect yet. It's just this and needs to be random, but I think that's it. Yeah, seems right. He says waiting for the magic smoke to come out and everything to go boom. Could happen. Let's try that. I will be surprised if it works the first try. I'm not gonna lie. This code is starting to get somewhat complicated, so you know. After all, this is just a small subset of the big code that generates the areas anyway, so. I guess it doesn't matter which one I go to. Well, that looks like a good sign. Did it work? Oh my gosh, tell me it worked. I mean, that one's supposed to be... That does seem like a weird size, though. Yeah, I made another one. I mean, it's a little long. But that's okay. I'm okay with this. No, there's still a problem with that, though. I'm not sure what's causing that yet, but I think over once you kill the enemy. Well, unfortunately, there's no guaranteed way to make certain that they don't spawn on top of each other, preventing any kind of exit like we have now. Interesting. I thought about having just a method where it could forget the location. I can't go that far yet. Would be helpful. But if you're going to purely random like this, I need the forbid system to be built into this. That's going to, you know, that's just going to be the rest of my night. Getting that thing to work, that thing is a nightmare, especially with this system. But still, if you look, it's got all kinds of things spawning now. So you can have more room style things there. And once I have, like, you know, predetermined rooms, well, not predetermined, but so much as, like, you know, a room that is available, I can spawn an event like in the center of it that causes a bunch of things to happen, creating a much stronger system than I currently have. That's not a bad idea. No, I mean, it's where I'm going with it. I'm just studying how it spawned everything to see, like, what I plan on doing with it in the future. Also, I probably should be testing out on a non-darkness map, because the darkness kind of makes it a pain to see. And it didn't spawn any of these. Interesting. I guess it didn't spawn a true border at all, right? Or did it? No, it did. In a lot of locations. Did it? I mean, it looks like it did. Except for in that corner. Huh. I assume it's looping through the things and it's causing more forbid options, like more empty spaces. Because it's supposed to make a hole in the wall, but there's a part where that loops, or it does it for each one. So if that's the case and it's just looping through it, because most of the wall looks like it's there, so I'm pretty certain it is actually successfully spawning that outer wall. And it's even able to do that while still making the other stuff too. That's just one less command I have to type. So I mean, I'm always a fan of the one less command theory. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Why are the tarot things there? 1527. Stop spamming those, they're annoying. We are not working on that. I don't even remember why that's like that, but I'm sure there's a reason. And that reason is, I don't know. I think I was trying to deal with why the boss wasn't spawning correctly or something like that, or the life bars weren't triggering. I don't know, something like that. Rough guess, rough guess. Also, 712 needs to go away because it's just so many times being spawned, making it hard for me to keep track of things. But yeah, like well, it's not part of the K loop. And they should be emptied each time, right down here, every time it loops through this here, well, the system works for now, even if it is a little wonky. But there's, let me think about this one here. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna add it into the other system, the really complicated system to test to see if it's on top of things. I've learned I need to comment my stuff better as I make this monstrosity. I think I go through here and I go through all the random arrays and I do this here. This was kind of like just make one wall type of thing, the previous most complicated thing. Yeah, let me look at this code because they're going to be very similar. Oh, I see. I have to tell it which portion of that is like that. Yeah, okay. Okay, does this one do a forbidden system? I have to hand those two. Yeah. It is handing them. So let's just copy pasta the whole thing. They were already technically being handed, I just wasn't using them. All right. Pretty much right in here is where we're going to have to put this extra code here. Yeah, these need to go in here too. We're gonna get rid of this. But I can do this as my cheat sheet for where things need to go. This is the create ID right here. This is map width. This is map height. Temp array is exactly what it seems like. I have a spawn size here, which would be, I think I actually included a spawn size, but I guess I could actually have the increment. That would probably work. Both increments are different though. I think that's almost everything I need. I didn't really include a spawn size, did I? But I mean, oh, that's just wrong. I can include a spawn size right here. It's easily enough. We'll just say 6 as a spawn size. I mean, technically the limiter would probably, not the limiter, the increment would probably work for that matter. It won't work if all the events are different sizes, but I mean, at some point, I don't know why all your walls need to be different sizes. They can be different events, but, you know, if a wall has different size thingies, it doesn't make much sense. Like, it'd be a weird, broken thing, I don't know. Not exactly the best option. So, let's see. Actually, it would be... Those arrays don't have that, do they? No, they don't. They don't have that at all. They are the height, width, the create ID. And later on, they get added the last exists in EID information that they need at this point, but before that, they don't have it. And the bubble array will add it themselves, so it doesn't matter. The bubble test, I should say. I guess I'm doing this here. It seems a little wonky. I could just go with the increment. I mean, it's technically increment does have a purpose to it, and it's a little weird, I guess. But all of them have an increment already. This is the right one, right? It totally looks like a room spawn, sure. Oh, that's right, I have two of these. Confusing. Sure, we'll just go with that. I think the other method's probably unnecessary. As if this needs any more numbers on it. Alright, so I don't need temporary anymore. Let's go ahead and just comment that out. And then I don't need any of this, right? I've covered everything. Map order is covered at the top. I is, of course, right there. J are right, these are there. Obviously, these things are covered. Temporary is obviously, I think that forbiddens are hand at the top. If temp is a thing, in which case, no. I just put the other at 1 because it doesn't matter. That should be it. Alright, let's watch it all go boom. Alright, went boom. Well done, me. 601. And what happens at 601, you say? Let me test the other one to see if it's just a mistake in the commands. I don't need this, even though I'm thoroughly tempted to play with UE. I don't know why I collected that. I really don't care. Oh, wait. Never mind. That one we know is broken. I'm just testing to see if it's the command that I messed up on or if it's the coding. It's probably the command in a lot of cases, but not always. I keep changing the coding, so it would make sense that the command needs to be changed a bunch. It was doing fine until this, and it has an issue of reading length at 7:11 here. Which makes sense. That would be where I started messing with the code. So he ran it twice, but it looks like that. Wait a minute. What is up with this one? Oh, the increment just went wild. Just counting up. So think about this for a second. I'm assuming it's going through and just adding the distance over and over and over. So the limit keeps getting longer and longer and longer. Let's test this. I'm pretty certain that's what happened. Oh, one of the things that happened anyway. But also they're not spawning either. I need another log here to see where it's stopping at. Yeah. See if it's going beyond the amount there. Yeah, the mystery of how the command is broken on the other one, and then the mystery of how everything else is broken on this one. Perfect. I'm glad we've arrived at this situation where I'm messed up both. Saves time. It's like on the second trip through or something, it's looking for that and failing. Also, okay, well this went ham. This is weird here. But I was expecting it to iterate over and over and over and just add to itself, and that's how it would get there, right? And yet, it didn't do that. Is it because I just had the console log in a weird place, so it only registered the one time each time? Well, I don't need these anymore, probably. The error is no longer up there, the error is down here. Where are you at? Perhaps I do need those. So this is saying 350 and 347. Just an event ID. Yeah, it is. Those are event IDs. I remember it because I went to all the trouble to do the other ones, and they, yeah, there's 350, 347. Yeah, those are those. Okay. So these are not the issue. I thought they might be counting, but in the simple realities, there's an array there. It's not the case. So I don't need them. Hmm. Huh. Well then, Oh, for certain these X distances were up. That's 658. Sometimes my eyes feel like they're just glazing over from the amount of code I'm going through at this point. That is never actually read. 618 is. How did that happen? It's like no longer, the limiter is so high. Right? Because that's what stops it from going beyond a certain point. And it added it on the height. It doesn't make sense with these, but 658 is not triggering. Let's save all that real fast. I'm gonna run back in there and let more of the code off there because it's a bit confusing where we're aiming here. I thought it'd be the bubble test that would have the problems, but here we are. This time it went to 34, so it just went beyond. Like it just, the number gets huge. For both limiters? Yes, those are the left and right walls. I guess it's just the limiter on that one. Because the other one seems to be fine. Of course, this one seems pretty big too. I don't know if it's counting a second. It's totally counting a second time. Hey, look at that. Yeah. Skipping the first one because I guess it's already covered. See it counting again right there. It's counting a lot of times. So for each iteration, it's doing it all over. Those two came up, but they only did it once. I guess it did it again down here, but there's multiple to go through, right? I guess there doesn't have to be multiples to go through, though. I could reduce the number. In fact, I am going to do that. I'm going to see what happens. Are you missing one? I think he's just missing information. One. Let me see if it's an error in the code. It's on the command itself here. I'm having a hard time seeing an actual error in the main code, which always makes me wonder. It's like, you know, I mean, I am entering a different command all the time and changing it, so I can easily just mess up the command. At least by the time this is done, the command will be really, really simple as opposed to the other where it's going to be ridiculous. Well, it partially worked. More importantly, it didn't break. It also did not error. It didn't spawn anything. But why? I mean, it's supposed to. Did I log temporary anywhere? Because these don't look wrong. Doesn't look right either, though. Because instead of randoming a new location, it doesn't. It actually picks the exact same location. And then goes over and over the top of it. So really what I was seeing was the other random rooms that kind of, sort of. But I assume the issue is not how I did it up there. Instead it is how I mean, not how I did it up here. But instead how I put it into this bubble test thingy. Let me get the full command again so I can look it over. Put it down here, so I'm not going to use it at the moment, but I'll take a quick bio break here while I figure this out. Be right back. pesky headphones disconnected because I was too far away from it. I mean, just to test. Make certain that is the problem. I'm pretty certain it is. Nope. Hmm. Could still be the problem. Can you imagine what like prototype 10 will be for this? Jeez. Look back at what prototype 1 was, and prototype 1 was just not much of a game. Goodness knows there was that guy who reviewed the first 8 minutes of it, so just in case you want to see that. Spends half an hour talking about it, so you know you'll really get to see those first 8 minutes, but it was a pretty bad game overall. Okay, well, this is some weird behavior going on here. Like it's making a lot of holes in it, and it's not really spawning much of anything else either. It's definitely the left and right ones that are messed up. Because most of the walls for the bottom and top seem to be there, so it's just those two. Yeah. It's when it's figuring out the distance between the two. Well, first of all, I don't use the limit width here, right? Except for in a console log. So this does not need to be here. If that's the case, why am I redefining it? If that's even more the case, why am I redefining XDiff? In reality, what I need is this. Just like with here, I only need the others too, so let's... make life a little easier on myself. Oh, actually, also while I'm at it. Also, once again, they're on top of each other. This is way off. It really wasn't working in the first place. It was just spawning the other walls too. I thought it was all magically wonderful. It was not. It really was not. Well, that looks like a catastrophe, doesn't it? Huh. I'm about to sweeten my tea here and think this monstrosity through. It didn't even last this time. Yeah, it's just doing the same thing there, so it's... Yeah, it's not doing the loops over and over. It's also picking the initial base things and not the other ones. This is most definitely not what I was hoping for. Oh, let me check the console log on that. 616's console log says 1. Makes sense. It's the starting location, of course. So 7, 13, and then of course 13 will be less than 17, which you can't add 6 to that to get, and have it still be less than 17. So it makes sense that it stops there. Looks like it loops through the 707 one over and over, but it doesn't loop the other ones. That makes sense. It's going through each of the these 4 arrays, so it makes sense it loops 4 times. 12, 12, makes sense. The links are right there. Perfect, matches. It seems like not the problem. But the problem is really just the numbers are spawning here. And the fact that it continuously does it. This needs to be inside this. Because each one of these is being iterated here. And then this one here is just doing the changes to those there. So I think that this is the one I need to change here. So yeah, it doesn't equal 1. And then we take this code here. Dump it there, get to this else here. God, I've been at this so long today. I'm kind of regretting spending so many hours earlier in the video doing this. I've probably been going over this code for like, I don't know, 14 hours to do something stupid. Maybe a little less than that, maybe only 12, but definitely went over it a lot. Well, it looks like I did some good, as evidenced by the fact that those are now very nice. I still have no idea why it keeps attaching there like that. Must be something I'm doing wrong with Pixie. Creates a hole in the wall. Nice, nice. Kind of a larger hole in the wall than I was expecting, but okay. It doesn't feel like it made the other walls though. Not duplicated again. It's a little better though. At least we have the outer wall. We still have the forbidden test that goes, you know, so that it prevents, well, it's not a forbidden test, but the test to prevent them from going on top of each other. Yeah, it's basically just iterating over and over. Oh, hi, Nightcap D. Character's name is Tinka. She is a ghostly jester that lives inside of paintings in the game. And I pretty much alternate between who is acting in the thumbnail form, like, you know, for my game. I just use various characters for it. But right now I've broken a bunch of things and I'm trying to figure out. Like, I'm trying to make a randomizer that randomizes the. Actually, I'll go out and show you. I'm trying to make a randomizer that randomizes all these walls and builds like everything, like builds the whole level. And I had something going, but I keep breaking it like an idiot. So these areas are currently empty while I figure that out. I've been at it for a while. Yes, yes. But most of the story is told in the more of a 2D type of area. There's various places like flickering weird. Various places with like various paintings, and Tinka acts as the narrator of sorts, telling you various things about things. And you can travel into paintings to go to various worlds. Kind of like Mario 64, really, when you think about it. But yeah, the basic premise of the game is you're a human who's got stuck in a doll. And you're in like the world's most cursed attic, where every one of the toys there and everything like that has basically a loop that they fulfill. You know, like just this is what they do every single day, and then actually every night, and then every day they just fall over, you know, lifeless until the next night. And Poppet here, the character you're playing as, is she was cursed to basically just sit on this table and look out this window the whole time. And all the toys just kind of lose their memory of who they were while they're sitting there, so she didn't really worry about it until one day when she was lifeless, someone picked her up and put her in a box on the other side of the attic, and now she's, you know, compelled by her curse to go back, but she's like, you know, it's kind of messed it up, and she's like going, well, why am I, what's the point? Why am I doing this? So she's fighting with the curse and the desire to also, you know, find out why. And along the way she meets Tinka, who's a Harlequin, who's a ghost that lives inside the paintings. Basically one of the toys, she was supposed to get put in one, but instead they messed up and she ended up in the paintings instead. And she doesn't forget like the toys do, so she helps kind of tell you what's going on. I would show you a bunch of the game, but I just kind of broke everything, so yeah, about that. It's a very Diablo or Zelda style game, kind of a bit between the two. There is actually a playthrough if you want to see. The previous prototype. Every single get a link for that. Basically, I work on this entirely on stream, and then I release these free prototypes. And the link for the free prototype is pinned to the top of the comments. It's just, you know, available to play. And this is the playthrough. That it might inspire? Well, I mean, I had these old levels and everything that were all like, you know, randomly generated, and all these battles and everything that were fairly cool. But now all the levels are currently broken, so I'm... You showed up at the worst time for me to show you. That's why I've linked that. Like, you can see me playing through the previous prototype and get an idea of what it was like. Or at the very top of the chat, there is actually just a... It goes to the itch page, and it's just a free download. It says you can donate. You don't gotta donate. I put that there because some guy was like, I'll donate to you if you do it. He did not donate. It's there just in case. Oh, by glitches? The most interesting mechanics in it are, well, I mean, it plays a lot like a Diablo style game. So you have, like, you know, you have blocks, but you also have the ability, and you have the ability to turn into a ghost and pass through things, like an invincible ghost. You can't hurt things as a ghost, but they can't hurt you either. Access dodge lets you, you know, go and collect things, and just in general is a fun little thing to play with. Other than that, I've been giving her a bunch of spells and everything to mess with. I really wish I could show you all the stuff. But instead I've been dealing with this code bit here that I broke. But I'd say the most unique mechanic is probably the ghost thing. I admit it wasn't made to me with the world's most unique game. What happened was it was a game jam game that I just liked, so I just kept making it. And I started pushing RPGMaker to see what it could do, because it's RPGMaker. No one expects it to do anything. So half the fun was just seeing what I could make it do. I mean, I guess I could just bring up the previous prototype and show you what the game was like. Unfortunately, due to the way my screen is set up, I can't actually full screen it, sadly. have a widescreen monitor, and it doesn't work so great for this. I need to switch which one I'm using. I will mute the other sound, just for purposes of that. So balance in this game at all. I'm just gonna say there's no balance. I'll get to some combat or something. You're doing well. Can I get a better quality? Maybe. If I recognize you, I mean, I'm just gonna get to this fight here. More fun. There's a guy named Fearless. I did a gauntlet for the previous incarnation, which I think came out like a month ago. You know, it's funny, if you saw in the other testing, the heart was working, but now it's not. Anybody notice that? I'm going to mute myself talking. I'll talk over it. I guess it makes noises too, but... Probably be better if I could enlarge it. So anyone watching on their phone, sorry. But if I enlarge it, it does, you know, that. And I think that makes it impossible to see like half the screen, right? Well, maybe not. I mean, it's not perfect, but I guess it technically makes it bigger for you to see. I really gotta switch monitors, like between the two. I have the non-widescreen one that I use for all the information to the side, and yeah, he's battled around the boss like that, and got various Diablo-style mechanics. See around the bottom there and everything. A 2D world that tells a lot of the story at the moment. And this is just prototype 3. Like, you know, I think by this point the game was like 5 to 8% complete. Like, it's really not very complete by this point. But if you're still watching Nightcap, that's pretty much where we're at on it at the moment. It's hard to tell with YouTube. YouTube's thing that says if someone's watching or not, like people will be commenting and they'll be like, no one's watching. It's like, but people are talking. How is that possible? Or then they'll be like, there's lots of people watching, and then you'll go and check the hours watched afterwards, and they'll be like almost done. It's like, but you said people were watching. I don't get it. Was I talking to nobody? Was I talking to bots? Yeah. Kind of where we're at right now. Like I said, it's a free download if you want to test it, and whenever people I think everyone's, you know, everything people say and often to heart, and, you know, like as far as potentially adding it to the game, I don't add everything because some things don't make sense. I can't really add it. So it's like, well, like, you know, it's an attic full of toys. Some guy wanted me to add like a little boy running around there. And I'm like, well, see, that would be like, you know, Shadow of the Colossus at that point, because the little boy would be significantly larger than all the toys. Like the toys, like, you know, Poppet's like 10 inches tall. And, you know, your average boy at that point is going to be like, what, 4'4", 4'5", like really young boy maybe. Like, you know, that's still massive by comparison. That wouldn't make much sense. But at least the thumbnails are pretty good. I can get behind that. One day my clickbait foo will be great. It will be the best clickbait foo ever. Probably not, but you know, I'll take what I can get. I think is the fan favorite right now. Much more liked than Poppet actually is. On the other hand, Tinka's actually, you know, the ghost of a female, you know, whereas Poppet's a doll, so I imagine she'll be significantly more attractive to the average person than all Poppet is. Human Poppet's somewhat attractive. But not particularly striking or anything. Looks a lot like Elsa's sister from Frozen, I've been told. Even though they don't really look that alike, I've been told they look alike. I'm like, sure, whatever. I cannot remember her name. But I put them next to each other on the stream, and I'm like, they don't look alike at all. They both just have red hair. That's it. That's pretty much where it ends. That being said, she should probably be made to look like characters from Frozen, because if I can, you know, get that, that seems great. Okay, so when I was doing this, got distracted and I forgot where I was at. It's not changing these. It's redoing them over and over and over. The reasoning is this. There's a lot more to this problem than I thought. Actually, I just need data mapped at heights. I don't need the rest of it, right? I don't need the -2. Actually, maybe I do. Well, one for certain on that. And then let's do the same code down here, but for the other one. Oh, same code up here, I should say. Except for this is now width. Huh. Like people might have wandered off for the day. Oh, I want to play with UE so bad. Could move Tinka over into that. It could make the dream come true. Oh God, what happened? Okay, well. Do you believe it broke? Anyway, I think with no one currently watching and it being 4 hours and 35 minutes in, I'm gonna call it for the night, because I've been at this code for a while and it is just broken everything instead of being useful. I'll figure it out, but I think my brain is just getting coded out and I probably need to take a break from it. Just like last night when I was working on it, I just got some hours of sleep, woke up and got much farther. So an important algorithm, it'll do a lot when it works, but rough getting it there. Anyway, to anyone in the future or who shows up and watches to this point, thanks for watching. I'll probably be back tomorrow night, probably around the same time. And those people subscribe, thanks for subscribing. To everyone else, if you are secretly watching and YouTube is hiding it, also thanks. All right, I'll catch you later.